Again. الرجاء من الجميع الجلوس، الرجاء من الجميع الجلوس. شكرا. صباح الخير جميعا، أرجو الانتباه. استعدادا لحضور الأمير أرجو من الجميع الجلوس. استعدادا لحضور الأمير أرجو من الجميع الجلوس. في الخلف في المقدمة أرجو من الجميع الجلوس. شكرا. السلام عليكم. اقترب حضور الأمير. أرجو من الجميع الجلوس في مقاعدهم. وشكرا.
حضورنا الكرام، يصل في هذه اللحظات صاحب السمو الأمير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي محافظ جدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prince Saud bin Abdullah bin Jloui, the Governor of Jeddah. His Highness is arriving now. Kindly rise for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
السلام الملكي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وما يستوي البحران هذا عذب فرات سائغ شرابه وهذا ملح أجاج
كريمة من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد الفيصل بن عبد العزيز مستشار خادم الحرمين الشريفين أمير منطقة مكة المكرمة. هذا حفل ألتقيكم به. أنا محمد الوهيبي، يشرفني أن أقف أمامكم في هذه اللحظات وبرفقة زميلتي تغريد الهويش التي تقف بجانبي هنا لتخاطب العالم من السعودية إلى كل العالم.
شكراً محمد. بالعربية بدأت وأستأذنكم أن أستمر باللغة الإنجليزية. Welcome to the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability Conference of 2025. We're truly honored to have you and to be your host for this prestigious event, ladies and gentlemen, held in partnership with the Saudi Water Authority and under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Khalid Al-Faisal bin Abdul Aziz, the advisor of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the governor of Makkah region.
نعم تغريد، في هذا المؤتمر سنحتفي بالتميز، سنحتفي بالإبداع في مجال استدامة المياه. نعقد جلسة منظمة بالتعاون مع البنك الدولي، إضافة إلى فعالية الشراكة العالمية لحفل جوائز الابتكار في قطاع المياه. وفي اليوم الختامي نحتفي بجائزة المياثون. على مدى هذه الأيام الثلاثة سنكتشف حلولاً مبتكرة تسهم في صياغة مستقبل أفضل لقطاع المياه، ومن أجل أن نبني منظومة عالمية قادرة على مواجهة التحديات.
Indeed, Muhammad, and it's truly inspiring to see so many distinguished leaders here, experts, innovators. We're all gathered to address one of the most critical challenges of our time, which is water sustainability. This year's agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is addressing critical aspects of water sustainability and innovation. And these themes will guide our discussions, presentations, panels, ensuring a comprehensive exploration of the challenges and also at the same time the opportunities in the water sector. Over the next 3 days, we're welcoming over 170 speakers and also 80 exhibitors. And let us now, Muhammad and ladies and gentlemen, begin this journey by watching a short video that summarizes the real essence and importance of this event.
Water has always spoken to us in the hush of rivers, the rise of waves, and the quiet pulse beneath our feet. For centuries, humanity learned to live by its rhythms, to grow, to build, to thrive around it. But today, that voice is fading. Across the world, communities face drying rivers, rising demand, and ecosystems under strain. What once flowed freely now arrives with uncertainty. Yet scarcity has never stopped progress. It has sparked it. In every challenge, movement begins. New technologies emerge, research deepens, and innovators rethink how we source, use, protect, and restore every drop. No nation faces this challenge in isolation. Across oceans and borders, scientists, engineers, innovators, and policymakers are linking hands and minds, trading discoveries, merging expertise, and forging a unified front against one of humanity's defining tests. Rooted in Saudi Arabia's global leadership in water management, the world gathers once again in Jeddah for the 4th edition of IDWS. With over 12,000 participants, 140 countries, 188 speakers, and more than 76 scientific papers, the kingdom brings together leading minds to shape real solutions and prove that when a nation invests in knowledge, the future of water becomes not only secure, but inspiring. A new wave of ideas begins to take shape. And keep the voice of water as the compass, guiding the world toward a wiser tomorrow. Where scarcity meets possibility and innovation flows, the future of water is being reimagined by those daring enough to dream it. At IDWS, shaping the future of water to the world.
Indeed, shaping the future of water to the world.
نعم تغريد، وكما ذكرت قبل قليل 170 متحدث ستشاهدونهم على هذه المنصة وكافة المنصات التابعة في هذا المؤتمر والمعرض المصاحب. يتقدم هؤلاء المتحدثين معالي المهندس عبد الله بن إبراهيم العبد الكريم رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمياه. يتفضل الآن مشكورا لإلقاء كلمته الافتتاحية.
Your Excellency, the stage is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباح الجميع. صاحب السمو الأمير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي محافظ جدة، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، بداية هذا اليوم هو انطلاقة هذا المؤتمر العالمي الذي تعنى فيه قارات العالم أجمع. هذا اليوم نستقبل فيه مشاركين في هذا المؤتمر من متحدثين، باحثين، علماء، مؤسسات تعليمية، شركات تقنية، ومراكز بحث وابتكار. نستقبل فيه صناع القرار، نستقبل فيه المفكرين والمهتمين في قطاع المياه من شتى أنحاء العالم. هذا اليوم نبدأ التفكير بالقرن 21 ال21 هو القرن الذي تبرز فيه تحديات المياه وندرة المياه وشح المياه بشكل يتفق عليه العالم أجمع. إننا اليوم نتحدث عن تحسن خلال الفترة الماضية في إيصال المياه في العالم إلى أكثر خلال 10 سنوات إلى أكثر من 960 مليون نسمة، ولكن يظل إلى اليوم تحديات القرن ال21. الماء له مساهمة كبيرة في الاقتصاد. يساهم الماء في اقتصاديات هذا العالم. الناتج العالمي يشكل مدخل المياه في مختلف قطاعاته ما يزيد عن 60% من الناتج العالمي. 60% من الناتج العالمي هي صناعات وأنشطة تعتمد في أحد مكوناتها على الماء. إذا قلنا 58 تريليون من الناتج العالمي يعتمد على وجود الماء، ولكن التحدي هنا أن أقل من 1% من الاستثمار في الابتكار في قطاع البيئة والمناخ للمياه. لدينا اليوم تحدي في زيادة تكاتفنا جميعا، ليس على القارات بل على الاختصاصات. لا نتكلم عن الابتكار التقني، نتكلم عن الابتكار في تغيير نماذج العمل، الابتكار في التمويل، الابتكار في السياسات. امتازت قارات العالم، كل منطقة من هذا العالم أوجدت حلول لها. تكاتفنا جميعا في تبادل الابتكار سيكون هو المحرك المستقبل. دعوني صاحب السمو أصحاب السمو والمعالي الحضور الكريم أذكر لكم بعض الأرقام. براءات الاختراع في المياه لا تشكل خلال العشر سنوات الماضية لا تشكل 5% من براءات الاختراع في البيئة والمناخ. الاستثمار الجريء في العالم يشكل منه المياه أقل من 0.5%. ولنا أن نقارن قطاعات أخرى. قطاع الاتصالات والرقمنة الاستثمار الجريء فيه يشكل 35% من الاستثمار الجريء في العالم. قطاع الطاقة المتجددة يشكل فيه 18% من الاستثمار الجريء. لدينا فرص كبيرة في قطاع المياه، هي ممكن للمستقبل. أعلم أن لدى كل الحاضرين من مختلف أنحاء العالم تحدياتهم، ولكن لدينا هم واحد هو الأجيال القادمة. المملكة العربية السعودية حبانا الله بقيادة رشيدة، كان الإنسان محورها. ساهمنا كثيراً في توفير مصادر الإمداد، واليوم صناعة التحلية وإيجاد مصادر وفيرة للإمداد تقوده منطقة الخليج والمملكة العربية السعودية تحديداً. كفاءة الطاقة، مشاركة القطاع الخاص في المصادر، في النقل. المملكة العربية السعودية تتقدم، ولكن هناك امتيازات في قارات حول العالم. في أوروبا لديهم ابتكار ولديهم براءة اختراع أكثر، ولديهم ابتكار في السياسات. في آسيا ركزوا على إعادة الاستخدام بشكل جيد. في أمريكا الشمالية كان هناك الرقمنة محور تركيزهم. في أمريكا الجنوبية كان هناك الاقتصاد الدائري للمياه محور تركيز. في أفريقيا كانت النماذج المصغرة والحلول قليلة التكاليف هو محور الابتكار لديهم. كل هذا يدل أننا اليوم في هذا الجمع المبارك، نعم هو في جدة، ومن جدة بدأت صناعة التحلية في المملكة العربية السعودية. من جدة بدأ المؤسس بالتفكير بمصادر مياه لحجاج بيت الله الحرام. بدأنا بالكنداسة، ولكن اليوم نعقد العزم على أن نكون قائد لحراك عالمي نتساوى فيه في فرص المشاركة ونتبادل الخبرات. هذا الجمع من شتى أنحاء العالم، هذا الزخم في النماذج يحتاج محرك. قبل أن أختم أذكر 90% من الابتكارات لم تنجح بسبب أننا لم نطور نماذج العمل. الابتكار ليس فقط في التقنية، بل الابتكار في شتى نواحي التنمية المتعلقة في صناعة قطاع مائي مستدام. واليوم بعد أن ذكرنا هذه التحديات وهذه الفرص، نقول بإذن الله ستكون المملكة العربية السعودية وكافة شركاء في هذا المؤتمر والعالم أجمع هم من سيصنعون بحول الله وقوته الأمن المائي للعالم أجمع في القرن 21 تحت عنوان استدامة المياه بالابتكار. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullah bin Ibrahim Al Abdel Karim, for this very insightful and inspirational welcoming address. And this is a powerful reminder of the work we must all continue to do.
بالفعل تغريد ذكر معلومات وإحصائيات وأرقام مهمة، أهمها ربما ربع سكان العالم يفتقدون الوصول إلى مصادر مياه آمنة. كل له تحدياته في هذه القاعة من الدولة التي جاء منها، لكن لدينا هاجس واحد، هاجس القرن 21، وهدف واحد هو تعزيز الاستدامة ومعالجة شح المياه. شكرا معاليك على هذا التذكير بالمسؤولية المشتركة والعمل المستمر منا جميعا.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to have Mr. David Gaddis, the CEO and the General Manager of the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority, to deliver his keynote. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gaddis to the stage.
رحبوا معي بالسيد ديفيد جادس، أهلا وسهلا بك على هذه المنصة.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is the gracious remarks that you delivered this morning. I applaud you for those. I applaud you for the vision that you have for the water sector globally. And thank you very much for allowing me to share the stage in this important event that you are putting on here. It's just so delightful to be here. And I thank you, Your Excellency, and your team for how you have treated me and my delegation from DC Water. I truly appreciate it. It is a distinct honor to participate in the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability Conference. We are here with a spirit of reciprocity, eager to share our experiences and also our expertise, but equally eager to learn from the advancements that you have made globally and the leaders that are in the room. It was our privilege to welcome you to our and your delegation, Your Excellency, to Washington, D.C., and to meet with D.C. Water when you all were in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago. I am David Gaddis. I'm the CEO and General Manager of D.C. Water, and I'm honored to serve in that capacity for our nation's capital. While we come from different corners of the globe, we are united in a single critical stewardship, and that is the management of the world's most precious resource, water. We all operate in the water sector, and while governance models and the regulations may differ between our nations or even between the states and provinces, the fundamental challenge of leadership remains the same for all of us. For that reason, I want to focus my remarks this morning on the foundation of success, We often talk about infrastructure in terms of pipes and plants and equipment, but the most critical infrastructure that we each have in our utilities is our people. And I want to repeat that. Our people are the most critical infrastructure that we have. When I arrived in Washington, D.C. in May of 2018, I recognized that before we could innovate, before we could look at anything in the future, we had to repair our foundation. And the foundation was the people. The authority needed a new strategic direction because we were facing significant internal hurdles and external hurdles as well. We had to address gender bias, pay disparities within the organization. We had to take a look at fixing the representation at the executive level as well. And perhaps most importantly, we had to close a deficit of trust between leadership and the workforce. We knew that to drive sustainability and also externally and internally, that sustainability, we cannot demand excellence from our workforce that feels unheard and also undervalued as well. This realization inspired us to develop our strategic plan, Blueprint 2.0. Our strategic plan is what we live by every single day. Now, many organizations treat strategic plans and their planning as a checklist, something you write on paper, you put on a shelf, and you check it at the end of the year. We took a different approach. We understood that strategy must be tailored to the specific culture needs of the organization. It cannot be bolted on after the fact. It must be baked into the daily operation of your authority or utility. Our Blueprint 2.0 embraces 5 strategic imperatives. Those are not just goals, they are critical factors that will foster our success at DC Water and our future. First, we are committed to being healthy, safe, and well. This means that when an employee comes to us healthy in the morning, we must return them to their families at the end of the day in that same manner. If our employees do not feel safe, physically and psychologically, they cannot be innovative. And that's what we're about at this conference, is being innovative. And that's why I've tailored my speech around people. Second, we focused on being reliable. This is the core of our business, delivering high quality water service efficiently. When you turn us on, we must come running. Third, we aimed to be resilient in an era of climate change and cybersecurity threats. We must be able to withstand and recover from those shocks that we have on every day, especially in Washington, D.C., where the weather changes, and across the country as well. Fourth, we are committed to being sustainable. We must protect our environment and our financial wealth for being a long-term organization. And fifth, and last but not least, that is to be equitable. We are committed to being equitable. We made equity a business imperative as we corrected the pay disparities that we had in our organization. We diversified our leadership. We ensured that our internal culture reflected the communities that we serve. Why do I highlight equity along with reliability? Because they are so connected. When we address the culture, when we look at the fixes that we need to make from a pay standpoint and leadership, and then also engage our workforce, we saw our performance metrics increase and improve. Because our people felt safe and well, our safety incidents also went down. Safety is what we're about at DC Water. Because our culture became equitable, trust was returned to the utility. And because trust returned, our team became more resilient and reliable in the face of crisis. And that included when floods occurred, or also when a pandemic hit our nation and our nation's capital. The lesson that we learned in Washington, D.C. is that culture is not a soft skill, but it is a hard skill. As leaders in a global water sector, we have access to incredible technology and engineering, all of us do. But technology alone will not solve the water crisis that we have globally. It takes a workforce that is engaged, trusted, and also aligned with the mission. My challenge to each of every one of you leaders in the room today is to take a look at your strategic plan and to ask yourselves, is the culture and what we want to achieve baked into that strategic plan? Are you building a foundation of trust, and can that support the weight of innovation? At DC Water, we have found that when you take care of the people take care of the water. And when you take care of the water, you take care of your customers. I want to thank you all very much. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, and I want to thank you for all of the opportunities that you will share with us at this conference and that we're able to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaddis, for bringing your global insight and ensuring the necessity to be resilient and innovative while dealing with scarce resources such as water.
حضورنا الكرام، هناك عبارة توقف عندها السيد غاديس كثيرا، ربما لاحظتموها ولفتت الانتباه عندما قال الناس، القدرات البشرية أهم بنية تأسيسية على الإطلاق. شكرا للسيد ديفيد غاديس على هذه الرؤية القيمة حول كيف يمكن أن نبتكر أمام موارد مائية نادرة. أيها الحضور الكريم، يا سادة الابتكار، هذا وطن يرعى الابتكار ويحفزه ويدعمه ويصفق له دائما. على هذا المسرح طوال النسخ الأربع الماضية اعتدتم دائما أن تروا إطلاقات تأخذ القطاع من ابتكاريته إلى استدامته.
Indeed, and let us now continue on to an exciting element, ladies and gentlemen, of the opening ceremony, the announcements. Here we celebrate the innovation of leading organizations in addressing global water challenges, and now we will watch their efforts and also celebrate them together. So without further ado, let's get started.
إذن الآن ستكشف مجموعة من المؤسسات الرائدة عن اتفاقيات وشراكات ومبادرات نوعية ستسهم في تشكيل مستقبل المياه. لنبدأ التغريد.
Exactly. Our first announcement is by the Saudi Water Authority, launching Water Innovation Oasis. Let's learn more about it through this video.
يسرنا إذن أن نعلن أول الإعلانات لهذا الصباح التي تأتي من الهيئة السعودية للمياه، وهو إطلاق واحة ابتكار المياه. المزيد في هذا الفيديو. أبلغ من الكلام، تصل الصورة، تصل الأفكار، الابتكارات، الإطلاقات من خلال مرآها تغريد.
Exactly, and also we're going to learn definitely more about the Water Innovation Oasis, and there is actually a very exciting announcement to be made about this initiative. So we would like to thank the Saudi Water Authority and congratulate them on this launch. And our next announcement, ladies and gentlemen, is by MDS and the Water Authority, the Saudi Water Authority, launching the DGX Spark in the water sector. Together, let's welcome to the stage the General Manager at MDS, Ali Shanqiti.
إذن الإعلان الثاني لهذا اليوم بين الهيئة السعودية للمياه وشركة MDS، إطلاق تقنية DGX Spark في قطاع المياه. رحبوا معنا جميعا بالمدير العام لشركة MDS الأستاذ علي الشنقيطي. تفضل.
السمو الأمير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي محافظ جدة، أصحاب السمو الملكي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نجتمع اليوم للإعلان عن مبادرة استراتيجية فارقة بين شركة MDS لأنظمة الحاسب الآلي والهيئة السعودية للمياه، يدشن من خلالها أحدث تقنيات الحوسبة الفائقة بإطلاق جهاز NVIDIA DGX Spark. هذه الخطوة ليست مجرد تحديث تقني، بل هي خارطة طريق ذكية تهدف إلى نقل وتخزين البيانات التشغيلية الضخمة لمنظومات المياه بشكل مركزي، واستخدام هذه البيانات لبناء نماذج ذكاء صناعي متقدمة. ستعمل هذه النماذج جنباً إلى جنب مع المشغلين لتحقيق 3 أهداف رئيسية: توفير الطاقة المستخدمة في عمليات التحلية، تقليل استخدام المواد الكيميائية وقطع الغيار لرفع الكفاءة الاقتصادية، الاستدامة البيئية للعمليات. كما ستقوم الشركة بتجهيز أنظمة مراقبة وإسناد مركزية لضمان جمع البيانات بدقة عالية، لتصبح مرجعاً أساسياً لا يخدم التشغيل اليومي فحسب، بل يشكل قاعدة صلبة لأعمال الأبحاث والتطوير المستقبلية. نحن فخورون بكوننا جزءاً من هذا التحول الرقمي الذي يخدم الأمن المائي للمملكة. شكراً لكم.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. And coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the announcement by the Saudi Water Authority and Shanghai Guangzhou Biotech. Please welcome to the stage the CEO of Shanghai Guangzhou Biotech, Mr. Liang Pengni, and the expert Dr. Sheng Li.
الإعلان التالي هو بين الهيئة السعودية للمياه وشركة شنغهاي غونغيو بايوتيك. رحبوا معنا بالرئيس التنفيذي للشركة السيد ليام بينغني والخبير الدكتور شينغ لي. تفضل.
女士们、先生们，大家上午好！很高兴站在这里向大家介绍我们跟沙特水务局的微藻项目。这个项目的重点是利用了浓海水和二氧化碳来培养微藻，从而将其转化为像肥料、营养添加剂、饲料以及化妆品等未来属于沙特制造的商品。同时，在这个项目里面，我们创新的应用了二氧化碳驱动技术，减少了整个设备的能耗，同时，提高了光合作用的效率。在这个项目里面，我们把二氧化碳，作为电池去储存太阳能，然后将其变成营养物质。然后这个项目很好的结合了经济效益和环境效益，做到了可持续的一个发展。谢谢。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to announce the microalgae cultivation project. This is a 2.5 hectare microalgae cultivation project in our Arabic Oasis Park. This project is a collaboration between Saudi Water Authority and Shanghai Guangzhou Biotech Company, focusing on utilize the microalgae cultivation with SWRO brine and carbon dioxide. With this microalgae biomass, we will produce 3 types of products: animal food and biofertilizer for the food and agriculture industry to support the Kingdom national food security. And we also produce beta-carotene, natural pigment for the cosmetic industry. With this project, we utilize the innovative carbon dioxide-driven technologies and structures to reduce the energy consumption, and at the same time, we are enhancing the efficiency of the photobioreactors. So with this approach, we can combine the environmental responsibility and also economic values. Thank you.
She, or thank you in Chinese. I hope I pronounced it right. Thank you very much. Our next announcement, ladies and gentlemen, is by the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, launching the Water Innovation Strip. To know more about it, please help me to welcome to the stage the Deputy Minister for Research and Innovation, الدكتور عبد العزيز المالك.
إذن يستحق كل تحية. الدكتور عبد العزيز المالك وكيل وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة للبحث والابتكار يتحدث عن إطلاق قطاع ابتكار المياه. يتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم. صاحب السمو الأمير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي محافظ جدة، معالي رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمياه، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى الهيئة السعودية للمياه على تنظيمها هذا الحدث السنوي النوعي الذي رسخ مكانته كأحد أهم المنصات العالمية للحوار والتكامل في قطاع الابتكار المائي. ويسرنا في وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة أن نعلن خلاله اليوم عن مبادرة وطنية نوعية تعزز مستقبل قطاع المياه في المملكة. أيها الحضور الكريم، يمثل أمن المياه أحد أكبر تحديات هذا القرن، ورغم ما حققته المملكة من تميز عالمي في التحلية والإدارة المائية، فإن التحديات المرتبطة بندرة الموارد المائية وتكاليف الإنتاج والرغبة بالاستفادة المثلى من المياه المعالجة تدفعنا اليوم إلى مسار جديد تصبح فيه الابتكارات والنقلات التقنية ركيزة أساسية لضمان استدامة القطاع. وانسجاماً مع مستهدفات الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه ومهمة الابتكار الوطنية للأمن المائي التي تهدف إلى خفض السحب من المياه غير المتجددة بنسبة 90% وتقليل تكاليف الإنتاج بنسبة 50% بحلول عام 2035، تعمل وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة وبشراكة استراتيجية مع الهيئة السعودية للمياه على توحيد الجهود وتهيئة بيئة ممكنة لتطوير ونشر التقنيات الجديدة. وكما أشار معالي المهندس عبد الله العبد الكريم رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمياه في كلمته قبل قليل عندما قال أننا يجب أيضاً أن نبتكر في السياسات وليس فقط في التقنيات، يسعدنا اليوم أن نعلن عن إطلاق الإطار الوطني لشراكات الابتكار في قطاع المياه Water Strip Water Science Technology Research and Innovation Partnership، وهي مبادرة وطنية تهدف إلى تعزيز التآزر وتكامل الأدوار بين كبرى الجهات العاملة في هذا القطاع الحيوي من مراكز أبحاث وواحات ابتكار وجامعات وجهات تنظيمية وشركات تقنية رائدة. ويضم الشريط في مرحلته الأولى أكثر من 15 جهة وطنية ودولية مستفيداً من تركز عال تطور عبر السنين بشكل عضوي لبنى تحتية بحثية وتعليمية متقدمة وبيئة تنظيمية داعمة وموقع استراتيجي يمتد بين محافظتي ثول جنوباً وحتى رابغ شمالاً، يتيح تحويل الحلول الواعدة إلى حلول قابلة للتطبيق على نطاق واسع. السيدات والسادة، نأمل أن توفر هذه المبادرة فرصة حقيقية لتسريع الابتكار وتوسيع الشراكات وفتح آفاق جديدة للتكامل بين القطاعين العام والخاص، وتدعو الوزارة جميع الجهات الراغبة في الانضمام لهذه المبادرة والمشاركة في بناء مستقبل مائي أكثر كفاءة واستدامة. معاً نضع أساساً متيناً لمستقبل تدار فيه المياه بكفاءة وذكاء وتخفض فيه التكاليف وتعزز فيه تنافسية المملكة على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulaziz. Our next announcement, ladies and gentlemen, is by the Saudi Irrigation Organization launching the Water Strip Innovation. We will learn more about it through watching this video.
لم تنتهي الإعلانات بعد. هذا إطلاق لمنصة الري الذكية الخاصة بالمؤسسة العامة للري. شاهدوها في هذا الفيديو.
brilliant launch. And our last announcement, ladies and gentlemen, for today is delivering floating desalination plant services by Al Bahri. More about it in the upcoming video.
إذن إعلاننا الأخير في هذه اللحظات وليس في هذا المؤتمر تقديم خدمات محطات التحلية العائمة من شركة البحري. شاهدوها في هذا الفيديو.
من سواحل المملكة
كل قطرة ماء.
Sono Saudi Huamil e abbracciando è una generazione che sta plasmando il futuro dell'acqua con una visione diversa.
Me llamo Itar. Mi ambición es alta. Nos vemos en el futuro con mis innovaciones.
मेरा नाम नूर الحمدان है. हमारा सपना बड़ा है और वादा भविष्य का है.
أنا نواف البسام. أشوف نفسي في المستقبل على هذا الستيج أقدم لكم ابتكاراتي بإذن الله.
It's so inspiring to see the future generation being keen to innovate and to make a real difference for this planet.
حضورنا الكرام، هذا إذن هو جيل الابتكار. نواف قبل قليل يقول أنه يريد أن يكون على هذه المنصة، سنراه في النسخة القادمة بإذن الله. إذن شكرا لجيل الابتكار، شكرا لكم أنتم، شكرا لكل الشركاء الذين أعلنوا عن هذه الإطلاقات من أجل مستقبل استدامة يتشكل الآن في هذه اللحظات من خلال شراكات جريئة وحلول مبتكرة. بالمناسبة الإطلاقات مستمرة طوال هذه الأيام الثلاثة في المؤتمر. أدعوكم لمتابعة تفاصيلها ومشاريعها، بل أدعو ابتكاراتكم للصعود على هذه المنصة قريبا في النسخ القادمة بإذن الله.
We would like to thank all the companies and the partners for sharing these exciting announcements. It's really clear, ladies and gentlemen, that the future of water sustainability is really being shaped by bold partnerships and also a lot of innovative solutions. Now is the time for the Global Prize for Innovation in Water, the GPIW Awards ceremony, where we're going to recognize outstanding contributions to water innovation and sustainability. Please sit back and enjoy the official GPIW opening video.
إذن حضورنا الكرام، حان الآن وقت حفل جوائز الشراكات العالمية للابتكار في المياه، حيث سنحتفي جميعا بمساهماتهم البارزة في الابتكار المائي والاستدامة. استمتعوا جميعا بهذا العرض المرئي للجوائز.
Our generation is faced with a question that humanity's future depends on. How do we ensure the affordability, sustainability, and quality of our most vital resource, water, which must never run dry? The answer begins with innovation, and one of these innovations is a powerful catalyst for lasting change, encouraged by the Global Prize for Innovation in Water, the world's premier award recognizing breakthrough solutions that advance water sustainability. Its impact has grown from strength to strength, with applicant numbers growing fivefold year on year. It is a call to massive and transformative action, and a platform built to find and fund innovations across the entire water cycle, from production to reuse, across 6 prize categories. Thousands of brilliant minds from 100 countries have answered the call. More than 120 countries have participated.
We're proud to be a GPIW finalist and looking forward to connecting with the wider water community.
It's an honor to be shortlisted for the Global Prize for Innovation in Water of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And I'm really excited to see you in Jeddah as part of the Global Prize. See you there.
Your work has the potential to change the world.
Here, innovation and collaboration solve our most urgent challenge. And this year, 28 expert judges across a global network assess breakthroughs at every stage, from concept to pilot ready. Besides funding, winners gain access to the Kingdom's world-class incubator, accelerator, and piloting facilities. This is where ideas and innovation connect at a truly global level, because every new idea carries a seed of hope, a chance to create real solutions that protect our water future. Watch the future of water flow in new directions. At the Global Prize for Innovation in Water, shaping the future of water for the world.
With over 2,500 submissions in 2025, representing 119 countries, we're delighted to welcome to the stage this year's nominees. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone.
Most
Firstly,
welcome for
to
all
start,
of the nominees.
they're representing prestigious institutions and innovative companies. GPIW covers the entire spectrum of innovation, from early stage research to market-ready solutions, supporting innovators and bringing their ideas to life.
Indeed, Tagreed, this day is their day actually. This year's nominees come from 6 distinct categories. Advanced water production technology. Second, circular zero liquid discharge water production processes. Cost-effective wastewater treatment technologies.
In addition to digital business model process optimization and automation management, sustainable water production and environmental conservation, and last but not least, the water quality improvement and the reclamation.
Saudi Water Authority's leadership in establishing this award underscores its commitment to environmental protection and technological advancement, inspiring in the pursuit of water sustainability. In addition to our 36 amazing nominees, let's also welcome our GPIW jury members on stage. Please welcome to the stage. السيد طارق الغفاري وسيد عبد العزيز المالك وفيصل العصيمي وجيروم أنجل جو هوي تشو وهون وون.
اللحظة الحاسمة.
إذن لجنة التحكيم بذلت جهود كبيرة من أجل أن نصل إلى هذه اللحظة لمعرفة الفائزين.
Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce our 12 Impact winners. Good luck, everyone. And to all the winners, please step forward to receive your trophies when your name is called.
Our first winners are Charlie Norton, Primlal Pile, Janan Good, John Gredek, حميد رضا سموي، عمر داوود،
Andrew Shevets, Elena Campos, Felipe Torres.
Who else we have تغريد?
We have Enes Lareya, Walid Sufi, Abrar Dafar. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our 12 Impact winners. Congratulations. And please, let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. And now it's our honor to welcome to the stage His Highness Prince Saud bin Abdullah bin Jloui, the Governor of Jeddah, and His Excellency Engineer Abdullah bin Ibrahim Al-Abd Al-Karim to join us to the stage.
يتفضل إذن في هذه اللحظات على المنصة صاحب السمو الأمير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي محافظ جدة ومعالي المهندس عبد الله بن إبراهيم العبد الكريم.
Just to remind everyone about this important step of our opening ceremony, now we're going to announce only 2 grand winners, Muhammad.
Yes, now we will announce the 2 grand winners of the 2025 GPIW Awards.
The grand prize winner of the Discovery Award is GYU from the United States.
Congratulations. Congratulations. We appreciate all of your efforts.
That's a well-deserved recognition. Congratulations. And now, I'm delighted to announce the grand prize winner of the Breakthrough Award, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put the music down a little bit so that you can hear the name. Hang Shengyu from China. Our nominees, winners, jury, and esteemed guests on stage. Before leaving the stage, we would like to invite you all for a group memorable photo.
يتشرف الآن الفائزون والمرشحون ولجنة التحكيم كافة بالتقاط الصورة التذكارية.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the nominees, the winners, and the jury members. You may now leave the stage. Your Highness, Your Excellency, kindly remain on the stage.
يتفضلوا بالبقاء على المسرح سمو الامير سعود بن عبد الله بن جلوي ومعالي المهندس عبد الله بن ابراهيم العبد الكريم، مع شكرنا لكل الفائزين والمرشحين ولجنة التحكيم.
We don't like silence here. We would like to hear a lot of applauses, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our innovators, our geniuses. Please.
We wish them all the best in the coming years.
Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make a special announcement. Firstly, we would like to call onto the stage the representative of the World Guinness Record to the stage to deliver the news to us.
Please welcome. The stage is yours.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I'd like to say it's a pleasure to be here with you all. My name is Mbali Ngosi. I am an official adjudicator for Guinness World Records, who this year is celebrating 70 years of record breaking. I have been trained by Guinness World Records to judge and award Guinness World Records titles, and today I'm here to announce the results for an attempt that took place on the 28th of November for the largest water research facility.
We don't want any accidents.
This is a brand new Guinness World Records title, and the minimum requirement set by Guinness World Records was at 30,000 square meters. After reviewing the evidence with the help of 2 independent witnesses and a qualified surveyor, I can confirm that the guidelines were met. But is this enough for a new Guinness World Records title? Before I make the announcement, I'd like to extend my greetings to His Excellency Engineer Abdullah bin Ibrahim Al Abdul Karim, the President of Saudi Water Authority. And to remind you all, the number to beat is 30,000 square meters. And I can confirm that you have achieved 33,395.88 square meters. Congratulations.
Great.
Now the certification is going to be given to His Excellency. Congratulations for the Saudi Water Authority.
I can see it shining over there.
Wow, that's a moment of pride for all of us Saudis in the room. I mean, come on.
إذن هذه أكبر واحة ابتكار مائي في العالم هنا في السعودية. تدخل في هذه اللحظات موسوعة جينيس للأرقام القياسية. رقم جديد في منظومة المياه تحققه الهيئة السعودية للمياه.
Congratulations once more time. As we close off the GPIW Awards, we would like to finally welcome and honor our sponsors one by one to the stage. And these awards have been made possible thanks to the support of our partners, including our empowerment partners. So let's start, Hamad.
Let's start with the first one of those empowerment partners, Saudi Investment Bank. Now, join me in welcoming to the stage our achievement partner, MGC, مطلق الغويري Contracting Company.
and for sponsoring this amazing award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our empowerment partner, the Saudi Service for Electromechanic Works Company, to the stage.
شكرا سمو الأمير لتشريفكم حفلنا هذا، شكرا جزيلا لكم. كما ندعوكم حضورنا الكرام كافة لأن تكونوا جزءا من أولى جلسات هذا المؤتمر بعد دقائق حول قيادة الابتكار العالمي، وضيوفها هم قادة القطاع عالميا تغريد.
Thank you very much once again, Your Highness, for joining us on stage for this year's GPIW Awards. And congratulations again to this year's winners. And thank you all, the nominees, the jury members, the sponsors, the organizing committee for making these awards possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're concluding only the opening ceremony. We would like kindly to remain seated as our first session on the same stage is going to start shortly.
إذن سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن أول الجلسات بعنوان Innovation Panel Global Innovation Leadership Driving Progress through the Public Sector to Achieve Water Sustainability. يتحدث في هذه الجلسة قادة القطاع عالمياً. نبدأ المؤتمر بهذه الجلسة الأهم والأبرز. أدعوكم جميعاً للاستمتاع بها والاستفادة منها بعد لحظات. شكراً جزيلاً لكم. أودعكم أنا وزميلتي تغريد.
شكراً محمد.
حياكم الله جميعا في أولى جلسات هذا المؤتمر. Ladies and gentlemen, Innovation Panel, a global innovation leadership, driving progress through the public sector to achieve water sustainability. Now, we are moving to our first panel discussion of the day. That was the title, and the session will explore how countries around the world are fostering innovation ecosystems. To moderate the session, we are delighted to welcome Eddie Moores. He will be introducing his panelists and guide us through this important discussion. Please join me in welcoming Eddie Moores to his panel to the stage. Thank you.
I think the nice challenge also to get your attention a little bit, I think, for a quite interesting panel. And before I want to say a few more words about the panel, I would like to introduce my panelists. And the first panelist that I would like to introduce to you is standing on the, or sitting on the right-hand side, that's Mr. Trevor Bishop. He's a professor, and he is also at the moment so he's at the moment also the managing director of H2 Outcomes and Ofwat, but he's also the former director of strategy. Next to him, we have Dennis Bilodeau. He's the president of Orange County Water District. And standing also next to me, I have the honor to have Professor Abdullah Aktudiri, who's the vice president for sustainability and environment of KACST. And what I would like to discuss today is actually, and maybe I can invite you to sit, yes. What I wanted to discuss today with you is, I think, something very interesting that started already in 2020 with a call of the Secretary General of the United Nations, who made a plea actually for an accelerator framework. An accelerator framework that was needed actually to approach the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the one number 6, which is about water, which is what we are talking about also today. And in this accelerator framework, a couple of things are coming together. One very important one in there is innovations. Another one is about data, but also one in there is about governance and about investments. And the last one in there is capacity development. Now, just a few weeks ago in the UNIDO conference in Riyadh that was taking place, and also earlier you heard from the representatives of DC Water that workforce and capacity is really needed in there. So this is about humans there. But you need all those 5 different sectors in there, and 2 of them are represented by the gentlemen of the panel here today. And that is about governance and also about finance. And I would like actually to ask you a question, and I would like to start with you, Professor Abdullah Aktudiri. And that is, I would like to hear from you what you think is the most outstanding innovation related to water that either succeeded or failed, or what was, in your opinion, the main driver or bottleneck in the implementation of this innovation?
Okay. السلام عليكم. صباح الخير. شكرا على الدعوة وشكرا على حقيقة الحضور هذا المؤتمر الجميل أو الرائع. In fact, my colleagues encouraged me to use my Arabic. I prepare my talk in English, but I saw my colleagues using their Arabic. So thank you for them to encourage me to use my Arabic. بالنسبة للإجابة على السؤال اللي طرحه المقدم، أنا في اعتقادي أن تقنية الريفيرس اوسموسيس أو الRO هي أعظم تقنية مرت على صناعة التحلية. ليس تقنية التناضح العكسي أو الريفيرس اوسموسيس لم تغير فقط استهلاك الكهرباء، وليس أيضا إنتاج الكميات الكبيرة للمياه، بل أيضا أثرت بشكل مباشر على سعر تكلفة إنتاج المياه. على سبيل المثال التقنية الحرارية تستهلك من الطاقة من 13 إلى 7 كيلووات أور للمتر المكعب الواحد، بينما تقنية الريفيرس اسموزيس أو الار او تستهلك فقط 3 كيلووات أور للمتر المكعب الواحد. أنا في اعتقادي أن الرقم هذا أصبح قديم. الهيئة السعودية للمياه كسرت الرقم هذا ووصلت إلى 2.29 كيلووات متر كيوب 2.29 كيلووات أور بير متر كيوب. حقيقة إنجاز عظيم يحسب للهيئة، ونحن حقيقة نتطلع لإنجازات أكبر وأكثر من الهيئة خلال التعاون مع الجهات البحثية الأخرى في المملكة. إذا تكلمنا من ناحية الإنتاج، تعتبر محطة رابغ المرحلة الثالثة كأكبر محطة تحلية أو كإحدى أكبر محطات التحلية التي تعمل بالتناظر العكسي في العالم، تنتج 600 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم. أيضا كذلك محطة الجبيل المرحلة الثالثة أيضا تنتج 500 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم. بالإمكان ربط التقنيات بعضها مع بعض، وبالنظر إلى محطة رأس الخير. رأس الخير تنتج طبعا محطة رأس الخير هايبريد ديسالينيشن تكنولوجيز، ريفيرس اسموسيس وأظن أنها MSF. كلا التقنيتين تنتج حوالي 1,000,000 متر مكعب، كمية مهولة من المياه الصالحة للشرب. كل هذا باستخدام تقنيات أو تقنية التناظر العكسي. بناء على كمية الطاقة المستهلكة وكمية الماء المنتج، هذا أثر بشكل كبير على تكلفة إنتاج المياه. التكلفة نزلت من $1.5 للمتر المكعب إلى تقريبا 50 سنت أو 50 سنت للمتر المكعب. هذا يعني يجعلنا فعلا نقف يعني أمام تقنية رائعة لها إسهامات كبيرة في توفير المياه الصالحة للشرب. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this nice example of remote osmosis and how you could bring down the price in there, which is a very important element in there. I would like to move on to the second speaker with the same question, and that is to Mr. Dennis Bilodeau. What was for you the innovation that either struck you because of his excellency, but maybe also of the problems that you encountered?
Yes, and thank you very much. My name is Dennis Bilodeau, and I'm the president of the Orange County Water District. I wanted to thank His Excellency and his delegation for inviting me here today. He recently visited us in California. At the Orange County Water District, we have constructed the largest indirect potable reuse project in the world. We produce 500,000 cubic meters of fresh water every day from treated wastewater. The primary reason behind our success in public acceptance of this project was a very robust outreach that we did over 10 years to get the public comfortable with the fact that they would be, in fact, drinking reclaimed wastewater. That was a big hurdle that we had to overcome. Also, we began that process back in 1998, and as a result, we received broad support from legislators, professionals in the health and science community, elected officials, civic groups, the business community, and members of the public. We had to directly address the yuck factor with the public and explain to them why we were going to treat wastewater as opposed to desalinization. In our case, treating wastewater was much more inexpensive than ocean desalinization. Our core message was, it tastes like water because it is water. And this is what helped us overcome any public opposition to the manufacture and use of this water. And we learned that broad public awareness would create acceptance of using treated wastewater to refill our groundwater basin. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this, I think, very nice addition in bringing the public awareness, which is a very important part, maybe less for desalination, but for sure in treated wastewater, and using that also for drinking water purposes is a big step that needs to be taken in a number of cases. And probably we will see that more and more. I will go to the next speaker, and I would like to ask Professor Trevor Bishop what your innovation is that appeals to you.
Well, thank you, Eddie, and a very good morning to everyone here today, delegates and esteemed organisers. It's a great pleasure to be here with the World Bank group today. What's important is that when asked the question, what's your best or most ambitious innovation, there's a lot to choose from, and that's very good news. But of course, we need so much more. But the one I've chosen relates to non-revenue water. In the UK, non-revenue water is a very important issue, both for water scarcity and sustainability and economics, but also for customer trust. If we're going to ask customers to work with us to save water in the home and in their businesses, we need to make sure water companies are also doing all they can to reduce non-revenue water from their networks as well. So we've reduced non-revenue water by 43% since privatisation, and we have an ambition across the country to reduce water by another 50% by 2050. Now that's a very big change in non-revenue water. Of course, we're doing lots of work on find and fix, smart networks, digitally enhanced networks, and they're all delivering results. But inevitably, with non-revenue water, it is affected by the law of diminishing returns. We fix the easy leaks first, the bursts and the big leaks that we can find and fix economically quite simply. But what we're left with increasingly are quite small leaks and seeps on the network, which whilst very small, add up to a very substantial amount of water, and that's where we need innovation. So the innovation that I've chosen is injecting coagulants into public water supply, so drinking water supply directly, which then fills these small gaps and reduces that leakage. So this technology has been trialled by two of our water utilities, Northumbrian Water and Thames Water, very successfully, working with regulators and international colleagues to understand how do you do this, which is a very strange concept for us in the UK, to think about injecting materials, food-grade materials, into the network to fix leaks. So there's no chemical reaction. It's really these particles mesh together. They're food grade, so there is no chemical reaction. So far, this technology has a 90% success rate. The success lasts for about a year to 18 months, but because it's so cheap, because it's so easy, because there's so little disruption, it's something you can repeat on the network where you're not quite ready to repair that main because it still has an economic life. So you can extend the economic life of that network. So it reduces interruptions, it reduces repair time, it reduces cost, it increases workers' safety by not having to dig up roads and interrupt water supply to customers, and it's much, much more sustainable. So it's really a great innovation, and I don't know where it will go, but at the moment it's showing every opportunity to have tremendous benefits across our network, and I hope maybe internationally as well.
Yes, thank you very much. I think what you can do with non-revenue water and how you can solve that, but also aging infrastructure, I think is a big problem that we're facing in many, many countries. And I think it will be a big challenge also if you look at the investments that are required in there and innovations to reduce those investments, I think are a very nice innovation. I would like to move on to a second round of questions, and I would like to start actually again with you, Mr. Bishop. And if you look around, then you're looking also in a way how you can find investment and financing. Privatization and the use of comparative competition has been relied upon for many years to drive continued progress and innovations. So that's with companies seeking competitive advantages. And that is a way how you could stimulate actually innovations and reduce the price. In the UK, and the UK is known for that, privatization of the water utilities has taken place there for a long time. But can you tell us something about if this strategy is still favored in the UK or if there's a change?
Okay. So thank you, Eddie, and good morning again. So as many of you, I'm sure, will be aware, the majority of customers in the UK are served by fully privatised utilities. So the public element sits within government and the regulators of those privatised utilities. Because these privatised companies are monopolies, some of the normal commercial incentives to drive innovation don't exist. So when I was a regulator, and regulators still use a concept called comparative competition, which replicates the commercial pressures that businesses face and drives them to continually want to improve and innovate. So that's very good. But what we noticed about 5 years ago is that mode of regulation was driving a level of innovation. But because of its nature and the timescales involved, it was relatively short-term in nature. There was relatively a low-risk appetite by the utilities. They didn't see the benefits that we would have liked them to have seen. And also, because it was comparative competition, the utilities tended not to collaborate with each other. They saw themselves in competition with each other. Sometimes that's good, but on some innovations, you very much need that collaboration. And also, they tended not to have a very well-developed relationship with the supply chain, with academia and others. So I was in the economic regulator at that point, and one of the things we decided to do was to create a specific innovation fund. It was relatively small. It was about £500 million, but it was quite important. And what it was all about was really to help bring together companies with the issues they wanted to solve, regulators, government, the supply chain, academia, and to create seed funding for innovations which looked high risk but with high potential, but also to bridge various gaps in the cycle of development of innovation, from ideas to development to implementation to commercialization to wider use. And also to build that relationship with academia. It has been very successful. We're now building that program to include specific elements where we require innovation, particularly on water efficiency in the home. And £100 million has been set aside to develop campaigns, communication and engagement to help people understand the water narrative and the actions they can take for a more sustainable future, which is what customers in the UK say they want. Hopefully that's helpful, Eddie.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that also makes a very nice bridge to what you were saying in your first question, Mr. Bilondo. And I know that in California, as in many other regions, the water challenges are big. And I've been there maybe 10, 12 years ago, and I received actually a very small token that helped me to shower for a shorter time, which is, I think, one of the things that you also referred to. But could you say something more about how the public and I think public authorities can help to stimulate the public to be willing to allow new, maybe reductions of water use, also from your experience?
Yes. So in our case, the groundwater replenishment system is a clear example of how the public sector plays a critical role in accelerating the introduction of innovation. And in terms of the main drivers of that, we, the Orange County Water District, we had a need for replenishing our groundwater basin. Our partners in the project, which is the Orange County Sanitation District, which is right next door to us, they had a need to construct a new ocean outfall pipeline. So what we did is we got together and built the project together, and this negated their need to build an ocean outfall pipeline. And these discussions started taking place in 1997. And then over a 10-year period, the outreach took place, the design, the construction, it opened in 2008. One of the major challenges we had was there wasn't a regulatory framework in place from the state and federal government for consuming this type of water. So we had to work closely with those entities to develop those regulations. And then we went about our campaign to convince the public that in fact consuming this type of water was safe and met all health standards.
Thank you very much. And of course, all those things, they start actually with the innovations. And Professor Al-Qudiri, KACST is of course a front runner on coming forward with new innovations. But besides investors that are willing to support the early development of innovations, there's also a need for support in the implementation of innovations in society. And you just also heard about that you need regulators that allow you to introduce new innovations there. But can you indicate what support from the public sector is most crucial to make the implementation of an innovation a success?
أوكي. لنجاح أي ابتكار أو فكرة بحثية حقيقة تحتاج إلى 3 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى هي وضوح وسرعة التشريعات. سرعة الحصول على الموافقات يعجل في تطبيق التقنية. النقطة الثانية التي هي الدعم المالي المبكر. عادة تكون الابتكارات والأفكار البحثية صعوبتها تكمن في المرحلة الأولى، فدعمها ماليا في المرحلة الأولى يعجل من دخولها للسوق. النقطة الثالثة وهي الببليك سيكتور أو القطاع العام، هو دائما الكاستمر الأول أو المستفيد الأول من التقنية. لماذا القطاع العام هو المستفيد الأول؟ لأنه لديه القدرة على تحمل المخاطرة في مراحل الفكرة الأولية. دائما نقول أو نختم الإجابة أن التقنية مع التشريعات مع متطلبات السوق دائما تمشي في سياق ونسق واحد. متى ما اختل السياق هذا اختلت المعادلة. فبالضرورة أن الثلاث المعطيات هذه تكون أو تتماشى بتسارع واحد.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that what you're saying is also what you see in a lot of cases, that the public sector plays indeed a very important role, both on taking financial risks, but also on creating a possibility to really implement that. And sometimes you have to be very innovative about how to do that. So my last question for you would be, can you describe in one sentence what transformative innovation related to water would help you in your work the most?
وجهة نظري استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في صناعة التحلية ومعالجة المياه. استخدام ال AI أو الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يتنبأ بالمشكلة قبل حدوثها، مراقبة جودة المياه، وأيضا المساهمة في توفير الطاقة.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to move on to the second panelist here, Mr. Biondo. What would be that transformation for you?
Oh, in terms of the Orange County Water District, I'd say that the most transformative thing that could be done is streamlining permitting and regulatory reviews through a unified framework that shortens timelines while maintaining compliance.
Okay, thank you. That's a challenge, I think. And Mr. Bishop, what would be the transformative innovation in your case?
Okay, thank you. So one of the things I do is I chair a infrastructure planning and delivery group, building reservoirs, transfers, etc. But also we're doing reuse as well. And I think the most transformative sort of technology that I'd really like to see is something that enables us to start to think about semi-closed loop systems for water. That's really what we need, whether that be graphene or electroconductive technology, etc. We need that technology more and more in the future, I think, for those semi-closed loop systems that can deal with PFAS and conservative contaminants in a better way than we currently do.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's indeed an additional challenge that I think we're facing in the water sector at the moment. And I do hope that all the prize winners that we have seen before our session here, I think with the prize that came out and the innovations that are coming forward there, I hope there will stimulate actually those new innovations. And then I do think that the public sector plays a very big role in how to forward those innovations indeed into practice and creating the possibilities in investments so that they can be outskilled and taken up. I would like to ask for a big applause actually for my panelists, and I would like to thank you very much for all your answers. Thank you.
Hopefully you're off. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the panelists for this insightful session. And now we will move to a keynote, the future of policy for a reliable and sustainable water services. It's now time for us to move into our first theme of the agenda, regulation and policy in utilities. For this keynote, the speaker will be Mr. David Gaddis, CEO and GM of District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority, DC Water. Please join me in welcoming Mr. David Gaddis to the stage.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Truly appreciate being here with you, and especially being up on stage for the second time today. So good morning, and thank you for joining this important conversation that I'd like to have with you today. As stated, I am David Gaddis, and it has been my honor to serve as the CEO and General Manager of DC Water, the water and sewer utility for Washington, D.C. Since 2018, I've been there. I am third generation water. My grandfather started in this business in 1932. My dad started in the business in 1962. I started working at then Indianapolis Water Company when I was 18 years old. And so I've been in this business for quite some time. So water has really been truly a part of my life and my family's life for a long time. One of the first things I did when I arrived at DC Water, as stated earlier, I said that, we talked about having a strategic plan. We needed to understand where we were going and what we needed to do from that standpoint. So we established Blueprint 2.0. It is truly one of those areas in which we needed to establish where we were going and what did the strategy look like for us. The Blueprint 2.0 is built on 5 strategic imperatives, one being healthy, safe, and well, the other being reliable, and the third one being equitable, and fourth and fifth are resilient and sustainable. This morning, I really want to focus on 2 of those, and it's resilient and sustainability. So when we talk about resilience and sustainability in our industry, what does that mean to us? I would ask you to think about that, and let me tell you a story that happened with us at DC Water, which really reflects on, and we talk about sustainability and also being resilient. Imagine it is July 3rd, the evening before the United States celebrates Independence Day. Independence Day is one of the biggest holidays and celebrations that happens in Washington, D.C. It is truly when U.S. became independent. In the nation's capital, that means thousands of individuals descend on Washington, D.C. to celebrate Independence Day. Additional visitors, the weather is very, very hot. And as a result, that leads to individuals being thirsty and they want to consume water. That afternoon, a severe algal bloom occurred in the Potomac River, which caused a problem for us at DC Water. At DC Water, without the plants that the one plant that we have, and without the Potomac, we have a real big problem in DC. And as a result of that, we were running out of water very quickly because of that large algal bloom that we had that occurred in the Potomac River. With increased demand from the holiday and the visitors, and the only treatment plant that we have was one treatment plant. If it was not for the heroic efforts of our employees, we would have been out of water. Why? You may ask. It's because Washington, D.C. is the only major city in North America with only one source of water. We are the only major city in North America. That is something that I focused on over the last year and a half, and the way that we have moved in correcting that, we went out and we began to look at how do we make sure that we have a second source of water. Without the second source of water, if we do run out of water due to algal blooms or other things that happen, such as there was a plane crash that happened in DC that many of you may have heard of. It was just miles from our treatment plant. As a result of that, we did avoid a loss of water that day as well. A crisis, to be sure, is what we will have in D.C. if we do lose the Potomac River and if we do not institute a second source of water. The Washington Aqueduct is operated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and we work very closely with them. But just like the Potomac River, the threat is huge, and any mistake that would be made at the plant or in the Potomac River can cause a true issue and problem for us in Washington, D.C. One of the things that we've done to correct this, we have hired Dr. Rabia Chaudhry. She was the Director of Water Supply Resilience for the Environmental Protection Agency for the federal government. She now has come over to DC Water and is helping us move forward with our idea of reuse. That is where innovation has come into place for us. Without the second source, we run the risk of losing water at hospitals, military bases, schools, and even the White House becomes an issue for us in DC. So it's very important that we move forward with the second source. First, let me say that Dr. Chaudhry and her team have come up with a four-pronged approach. The first prong to that approach is we have to protect the primary source. For us here at DC Water is we need to advance the feasible solutions. We're casting a wide net for many solutions. It's not just one solution. We're looking at desalination. We're looking at groundwater. We're looking at other strategies to boost public support for the final plan. Third, we need to ensure our solution is a subset and really goes along with federal law as well. We have many regional supporters to help us move along as well. And finally, we must improve our water distribution system, including expanded storage, interconnections with neighboring utilities, and also emerging digital tools as well, which was mentioned earlier by His Excellency. That four-pronged approach for us is a long-term roadmap of regional water security. But as I think back to that July 3rd incident, one thing is crystal clear. We do not have the luxury of time on our side. We must move quickly to solve the issue that we have in Washington, D.C. We cannot simply wait for the perfect regional solution to materialize years from now. We must move now, and that is what we are doing. At DC Water, reuse makes sense. We operate and manage and own one of the largest advanced wastewater treatment plant in the world. And we're looking at reusing that water as we move forward in Washington, D.C. Securing a second source is a huge undertaking for us because we are a rate-based organization, and the cost is going to be multiple billions of dollars. It won't happen overnight. We're going to be patient, but we're going to do it the right way. This reality imposes a profound responsibility on us. We must be the best possible stewards of every single drop of water that comes our way. We cannot afford to lose it to any leaks. The panel that you heard here earlier talked about unaccounted for water, and at DC Water we're looking at that as well. We're looking at sensors, we're looking at smart meters, we're looking at data analytics, AI, and also digital twinning. Digital twinning, we think that rehearsal and being able to rehearse things that may happen in our system, we will be able to avoid them in the future as we move forward. Instead of reacting to broken water mains, we can predict that probability if we're good at digital twinning and also looking forward instead of looking backward. As I said, the being reactive is what we don't want to do as we move forward. A great this team. They've done a great job. We've given them the tools to look forward and help with those emergencies that may come forward for us at DC Water. Through the work at DC Water, the first water utility in the United States to achieve the accreditation of emergency management, that accreditation is also known as EMAP. We're very proud of that. So we already had the best team in place. We're now giving them the best tools in place to handle any emergencies that come forward for us. We are fighting for the long-term security of the second water source, but at the same time, we are building a smarter, more predictive utility from the inside out. Resilience isn't about a backup plan, and neither is a strategic plan to have a backup plan. It's about building a system so intelligent and so robust that you will not need it in order to manage or also to minimize the chance you'll never need it. Thank you very much, and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaddis, for your inspiring insight into the future of water policy and management. Your leadership and vision are truly paving the way for more sustainable and resilient water future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the World Bank segment, Innovation in Regulation. I'm excited to share that we are now beginning the World Bank segment, Innovation in Regulation, a session organized by the Saudi Water Authority in collaboration with the World Bank. This segment is designed to provide a comprehensive exploration of successful regulatory models, share best practices, and delve into the transformative journeys of water regulation across various countries. Over the next 2 hours, we will hear from esteemed experts and leaders who will shed light on how innovative regulatory frameworks can drive progress in the water and wastewater sector. This session promises to be an invaluable opportunity to learn from global experience and understand how regulation can act as a catalyst for trust, investment, and innovation. Let me invite to the stage Engineer Mohammed Sheikh, Deputy President for Strategic Partnerships and Local Content from Saudi Water Authority. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage to deliver the opening remarks for this session.
Water has always spoken to us in the hush of rivers, the rise of waves, and the quiet pulse beneath our feet. For centuries, humanity learned to live by its rhythms, to grow, to build, to thrive around it. But today, that voice is fading. Across the world, communities face drying rivers, rising demand, and ecosystems under strain. What once flowed freely now arrives with uncertainty. Yet scarcity has never stopped progress. It has sparked it. In every challenge, movement begins. New technologies emerge, research deepens, and innovators rethink how we source, use, protect, and restore every drop. No nation faces this challenge in isolation. Across oceans and borders, scientists, engineers, innovators, and policymakers are linking hands and minds, trading discoveries, merging expertise, and forging a unified front against one of humanity's defining tests. Rooted in Saudi Arabia's global leadership in water management, the world gathers once again in Jeddah for the 4th edition of IDWS. With over 12,000 participants, 140 countries, 188 speakers, and more than 76 scientific papers, the Kingdom brings together leading minds to shape real solutions and prove that when a nation invests in knowledge, the future of water becomes not only secure, but inspiring. A new wave of ideas begins to take shape. And keep the voice of water as the compass, guiding the world toward a wiser tomorrow. Where scarcity meets possibility and innovation flows, the future of water is being reimagined by those daring enough to dream it. At IDWS, shaping the future of water to the world.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start shortly with Engineer Mohammed Al-Sheikh, but to set the stage for this important discussion, it's my honor to introduce our speaker for the opening remarks. After a while, he is a visionary leader who has played a pivotal role in fostering strategic partnership and advancing local content initiatives exactly within the Saudi Water Authority. As I mentioned before, this session or this opening remarks will be about innovative regulatory frameworks from water and wastewater services. After a couple of minutes, we will start with Engineer Mohammed Al-Sheikh, Deputy President for Strategic Partnerships and Local Content from Saudi Water Authority.
afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you again for putting the time and the effort and visiting and participating in this important event, especially when we talk about innovation and water. It is important to collect all our effort to join it in one stream for a more secure water future for our generations. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a privilege to join you today at the opening of this important session of the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability IWS. On behalf of the Saudi water sector, I extend my appreciation to the World Bank and participating institutions for the bringing together leading experts, policymakers, and innovators to shape the future of water management and digital transformation. Gatherings such as this allow us to learn from diverse international experiences in the water regulation, each offering unique approaches to universal challenges. By studying successful regulatory frameworks, operational models, and technological advancement, we strengthen our collective ability to build resilient, efficient, and future-ready water systems. These global insights drive meaningful progress and accelerate the path towards sustainable water security. As the water sector undergoes rapid transformation, strong governance becomes more critical than ever. Effective governance establishes clear roles, ensures accountability, enhances transparency in service delivery, supports fair regulations, and creates an environment that attracts investment. At the Saudi Water Authority, strengthening governance remains at a central priority to ensure the robust and adaptable sector aligned with leading international practices. Saudi Arabia National Transformation places water security at optimal source management at the core of sustainable development. The Kingdom is implementing comprehensive reforms to improve service quality, advance regulatory modernization, promotes sustainability, and enhance collaboration with local and global partners. Complementing these efforts to the National Water Strategy provides integrated framework that unifies policies, demand management, and resource optimization to ensure long-term water security across all regions of the Kingdom. As we begin this session, I look forward to the discussions and insights that will emerge through the collaboration and shared expertise. We can collectively shape stronger, more resilient water sector for the future. Thank you, and I wish you successful and informative session. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for the engineer Mohammed Al-Sheikh for your insightful opening remarks and for setting the tone for this critical discussion. Now we are moving to the opening keynote, Water Regulation at Crossroads, Enabling Innovation and Private Participation and Resilient Growth. The speaker will be Gustavo Saltiel, Water and Sanitation Expert. Please welcome to the stage Sayyid Gustavo.
benefit.
First of all, I would like to thank the Saudi Water Authority and the IDWSC organizers for the invitation to speak at this event. Also, to extend my thanks to His Excellency, the President of the Saudi Water Authority and Deputy President for the invitation to be part of this session. My presentation will be about the crossroads that water regulation is facing today, and I will talk about the challenges associated to bringing innovation, private participation, and resilient services in the sector. As we heard this morning from the President of SWA and other speakers, the world is facing an acute water crisis, and we need urgently to transform the governance architecture of the sector and the structure of regulations to be able to address that challenge. So I will cover 4 main topics today. First of all, I will talk about the water challenge, and I will make a case for moving away from the traditional approach that we call predict and supply to manage and adapt. Revisiting the governance architecture, I will make some points about that, including some critical enablers such as demand management, building trust, and the digital and technological transformation, to conclude with some ideas about the future of regulatory governance. And again, we heard earlier today that we are living in a water insecure world with a growing number of cities that are facing the so-called day zero situations. Many more cities after Cape Town 10 years ago, from Sao Paulo in Brazil, Montevideo, Uruguay, Chennai in India, droughts in the south of Europe and everywhere in Portugal, in France and Spain, lakes that are drying up like Salt Lake City in Utah. Service they receive, they are not willing to pay what they would need to pay to expand and maintain the service as needed. And so there is this vicious cycle of low revenues, poor service, and low willingness to pay of the users or customers of the service. This is what we call a vicious cycle, and this is a common situation in many cities in low and middle income countries. Now, again, it's not only about more money and improving services, of course, and governance is the key, and sector governance, policies, institutions, and regulation. This chart shows the perceptions of water leaders around the world as a result of a survey taken a few years ago that showed that main issues, the main challenges facing the water sector are related to policies, institutions, and regulations, such as fragmented water institutions, inadequate and inaccessible data and information, conflicts among water users, etc., and regulation and policies as well, of course. So this is recognized as an important challenge. Now, I mentioned the significant amount of resources, about 6.7 allocating, improving the design of, and quality of the projects, feasibility studies, and structuring of projects. All of these are related to policies, to innovative policies and reformed governance. Now, with reformed governance, the vicious cycle that I showed you before can be converted into a virtuous cycle, whereby we have good governance, incentives are created, staff is motivated, the service being more efficient, but it's also creating the conditions so that they can become more efficient. So far I have talked about the context. Now let me move governance architecture of the sector is framed. And I would argue that three key shifts are essential. The first one is integration. Integration. Water is a sector, but it's not there alone. Water services and wastewater services are delivered in cities, so there needs to be coordination with urban policies, with environmental policies, and economic policies to better structure and manage the risks across sectors. Sequencing and incentives. Implementing reforms. In the past, there was this idea that there will be a new law, a new regulation, a new policy, and reforms and change will happen overnight. Today, we need to recognize that of the governance architecture. Chile. Chile is a country that about 30 years ago reformed the sector in a very bold manner. dispensing, that institutional design was done in times of abundance, when water scarcity was not an issue. Now, today, 50% of the cities in Chile are facing water scarcity situations, especially in the north of the country. So the country, and the government was forced, in a way, to revise the fundamentals of the regulatory design of the water sector, because before, the assumption was that tariffs will cover the full cost of service provision. But now, with the need to develop non-conventional water resources, including desalination and recycled water from wastewater, treated wastewater, that is very expensive. And so there is a new discussion and policy negotiation that is taking place in Chile as we speak, which is between the water sector, the mining sector, the agriculture sector, and the energy sector, all the users of water, who is going to pay and how is it going to be paid, the cost of the new sources of water, and how it will be allocated. And so Chile is moving towards the integration, but this will have an impact on the way water and wastewater services are regulated as well. Sequencing of the reforms. As I mentioned before, this is a lesson learned from reforms around the world, and I would like to talk briefly about the case of Kenya, and the chairman of the Kenyan regulator, WASREB, will talk about it later on. Kenya is recognized as a very, it sheds important lessons in terms of sector reforms and positioning of the regulator. 20 years ago, in 2003, WASREB, the regulator, was established, and since then, it has built capacity and credibility before the Kenyan society gradually, but very steadily. From establishing rules for tariff determination, from approving the first tariff in 2009, establishing rules for licensing of operators, for being a key players after the Constitution of Kenya was reformed in 2010 to create counties and to establish service providers at the county level. And the important lesson in the case of the Kenyan regulator is that when you are transparent, in the structure of the sector and in the service providers, and this motivated the creation of the so-called Independent Water Commission that issued very recently 88 recommendations resetting the whole sector. Of what, the same as Chile, England was a model for many countries. In my own country, Argentina, we followed the same model for privatizing the water utilities in the country and created regulatory agencies like OFWAT. It was the paradigm of water regulation. However, with the current reforms, there is a call for integrating regulation. Before, there were 3 separate regulators. One was the economic regulator, OFWAT, another one was the environmental regulator, DEFRA, and the other one was the Drinking Water Inspectorate, water quality regulator. So the call is to merge them into a single regulator to avoid conflicts that happened in the past among the different regulators, to move towards much more active supervision by the regulator of the service providers. This didn't happen in the past. Today, there is a call to be much more proactive in supervising on a risk. A very important and new decision of this independent commission, which is to move towards the use of digital tools much more significantly than in the past for regulating. So these are the three examples I wanted to share in terms of the key dimensions for reforming the architecture of the water regulatory governance today. Now, these dimensions, in my view, should be underpinned by what I called enablers. And let me show you three key enablers. One is demand management, the second one, building trust, and the third, the digital transformation. I alluded to this very briefly before. Demand management. Today, it's unacceptable that cities that are hit by water scarcity and climate variability are losing more than 50% of the water they produce, while they to manage demand, enhance resilience, and build trust. But why do I say this? Because as we saw today, and we will continue seeing in this conference, technology is advancing progressively, very fast. We cannot continue managing the sector and regulating it the same way it was done in times of the analog technologies. So finally, to conclude, 5 key messages or 5 key dimensions I would like to highlight regarding the future of regulatory governance. The first is gradualism, from big bang reforms to sequential and incremental. The case of England, integrated from fragmentation of regulation to integration not only across the water sector but with other sectors as well, digitalization, bringing more transparency and accountability, and finally empowered regulation, which not necessarily, ideally, would be independent regulators, but at least regulators should be empowered from a technical point of view so that they can advise governments accordingly. So with that, I thank you very much for the opportunity. It's really a pleasure to be part of this conference. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Saltiel, for this enlightening keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving now to Global Perspectives presentations as we continue our journey through the IDWS 2025 agenda. We now transition into a pivotal segment, the highlights that highlights country-specific approaches to water regulation and governance. We will start with the first presentation, From Regulation to Empowerment, how the Independent Water Commission is shaping the future of the water sector in the UK. Now we will have Professor Trevor Bishop, Managing Director, H2 Outcomes Ltd, and Ofwat, former Director of Strategy and Policy in UK.
Thank you. Thank you also to Gustavo, and a very good afternoon to everyone here. If I'd been stood here just 5 years ago, I would have been talking to you about what we consider to be a very mature water sector in the UK, with innovative regulation, which, as Gustavo said, many people had looked at and adopt some components of. Water companies which were making continued progress for both the environment, for the customers and the services that they provide. But what I am going to talk to you about, in just 5 years, how we have transitioned from that situation to one in which government has decided that a major reset of water governance, delivery, services need to be undertaken in the UK. Now, the reason that's important is, the reason that's important is because whilst some of the issues which have driven that need for a reset may be specific to the UK, in our work in the World Bank, we're very much of the view, as Gustavo said, that many of those issues actually are generic and may be appropriate to take consideration of in jurisdictions across the world. And that's important learning and sharing that we can do. Because in the UK, the situation, wasn't just failure by the sector, but it was the fact that we're all in a transition. So just as a recap, the UK water sector, 62 million people in England and Wales, which is the fully privatised component, 11 water companies, 5 only water companies. So only part of the country is fully privatised. 1989, privatisation. Privatisation was a fundamental decision to take water service delivery off of the public financial books. And government subsequently has not needed to make any real financial contribution. It has been off the books, and that's a tremendous benefit for government. Also, government took the view that the private sector should be able to deliver greater resilience than the public sector. You may or may not have particular views on that, and that's very much the rationale. The view taken at privatisation was to have separate regulators for environment, economics and drinking water quality. And that was a very reasonable decision at that point in time. There's no right answer to many of these things. And you can see here the separation of policy, regulation, compliance and delivery. So what happened post-privatisation? I think many of the hopes of government were very much realised. We saw a significant increase in investment, very significant, increase in efficiency and improvements in services to customers and the environment. And if you look at current key performance and KPIs for the UK water sector, they're actually pretty good by an international benchmark. Drinking water quality, very high against international performance, good levels of service, low interruptions to customers, non-revenue water down at record levels with major innovations driving it even further. Water bills very much at a European average, and when you consider that water is off the financial took to be people that didn't understand what we were doing very well. They weren't very well informed. And this was an important mistake that we made, not to listen to society, not to understand changes that were taking place in society. And the differences between reality and perception are incredibly important. And we lived in a world, we thought, where we were focusing on reality, not what people thought. Some of the real concerns that people had for the water sector was partly because it was privatised, was a focus on profiteering by companies' investors, and a narrative in the media that economic regulation wasn't being sufficiently robust in making sure that customers' money was being spent wisely and wasn't going into inappropriate profits for both UK and international shareholders. Also, what has happened recently is a growing increase in expectations by society for environmental standards. And whilst environmental standards have improved considerably, there are still failures in the system, particularly with stormwater overflows with combined systems, which are very difficult to deal with. So whilst environmental improvements generally are very good, there were these incidents which were very, very well publicised in the paper. Effectively, the water sector lost control of the narrative with society. We failed to communicate what we were doing well, and being always not necessarily transparent about what we weren't doing well. And that came back onto the sector. And what we discovered is, with the changing nature of news media and social media, that a small number of very well motivated people can have a very significant impact in the perception of our sector. So the independent review, there were 3 reviews. One was by the National Audit Office, one was specifically on regulation, and one was the overarching Cunliffe review, which Gustav spoke about just now. Sort of 7 key recommendation areas: strategic direction of the sector, stronger leadership, and I'll come on to that a bit more in a minute. Planning, a shift to a systems-based approach to planning, not planning in silos, recognising the world is much more complex and it needs to go across not just all the water system, but also links to energy, agriculture, food security, etc. Very much legislative framework. It had evolved over the years, but that evolution hadn't always been coordinated, and it needs to be brought back together into coherent legislation that doesn't always drive conflicting priorities in regulators and companies. Regulatory reform, which Gustavo talked about just now, consolidating the regulators, looking at company structures and ownership and making sure that their incentives are aligned with society's ambitions, and infrastructure and asset health, a major area for improvement. Worth just touching on the case for change that the Cunliffe Review came up with, because I think these are quite important and many of these may resonate with some of you and your jurisdictions. It'll be interesting to have that discussion. The nature and pace of change for water and sanitary services has become more complex and much more dynamic and much more integrated. Legislating and regulating smartly is set to become increasingly challenging for water services, and I'm hoping to talk about smart regulation in our panel session a little bit later. Key sector. We should have spotted the need for change earlier than we did, and had we done so, and maybe if other jurisdictions are able to do so, it can actually benefit everyone, but particularly the trust and confidence in this sector. So as my final slide, a few characteristics In regulation, the more mature a sector gets, the more difficult it is to reconcile efficiency and risk, and we need to get better at that. The environment underpins everything, and horizon scanning has never been more important for this sector. We need to have a risk register that looks to the future, and we need to learn and understand when and how to adapt. Thank you. I hope that's been useful. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Trevor. Of course. Portugal, actually we are talking about independent regulation and tariff reform for service quality and equity. We will have right now on the stage Professor Vera Iro, Chairman and CEO of ERSAR.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation for coming here to speak. The Saudi Water Authority, of course, and either DWS. This is my first time ever here in the Kingdom. And in Portugal, we are very curious about the Kingdom because, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo has come to play here. And so we are now looking at what is done here. And in the water sector, you are an example also to follow. We are dealing with scarcity in Europe, in the southern countries, in Portugal, of course, it's not an exception on this. And so desalination, producing water, and water reuse are something that is in the back of our mind, and also as a regulatory agency, we are looking very strongly to it. But coming back to what has been said from my predecessors, maybe I will speak like this. First of all, it has been said here that independent regulation is not born from one day to the other. I come from Portugal. I am the President and CEO of the Water Regulatory Agency, ERSAR, and I'm also the President of WAREG, that is the European Association for Economic Regulators. We built together 34 members and observers. And what we see is that independent regulation is not born from, and it does not stem out of legislation as it is. It has a path. This has happened also in Portugal. So the independent regulations that we have here results from a 28-year process. So we started with opening of water services to private participation in 1993, but it was only in 2014 that the body that was regulated has been transformed into an independent regulation authority. And we were born as an independent regulator that first only regulated concessions, so private concessions, but then we built up our practice, and the legislator trusted us powers with all operators, all utilities in the sector. So if they are privately managed or publicly managed, we regulate all the utilities. This has also meant that we needed to have a shift in our organization and structure and in the way where we are and we stand within this state's organization. So if you look here, you see that ERSAR is not under the government nor under the municipalities. We have a statute of independence, and we are under the national parliament, and of course we are controlled by the Court of Auditors too. But we are independent from the government. We have a mandate that actually exceeds the mandate of the government. And we are nominated as per our technical expertise. Also, we are not under the municipalities, and this has granted us an independent regulation that is functional, that is and diversity in our country that means that it is very difficult to regulate. So we have a universe of 353 operators, 213 water supply, 225 wastewater management service entities, and 258 in the three different slices, so taxes, transfers, and tariffs. And the tariff should cover operational costs at least and ordinary capex. And so part of this comes from the municipal budget, subsidies, and the biggest part of this, the biggest chunk comes from tariffs. So the municipal budget should be an option to be used when there is affordability at risk. So the affordability is a KPI that we measure at ERSAR. So water is essential, so nobody can be left behind. And whenever affordability is put at danger, then municipalities need to come in and need to actually subsidize the services. Subsidies coming from the state or from the EU are typically grants or financial instruments for big capex investment. We are looking, for instance, for the desalination plant or for new origins of water or for big infrastructure works. And then the tariffs, which is recommended by the Water Frame Directive regarding user-polluter pay principle and promoting equity and efficient use. Of course, so this is the tariff structure that we are construing with a fixed tariff, a variable tariff, and then something that really paves the way for the trust and confidence that we need to have in every regulatory framework. What we did in Portugal was something different from what happens in other countries, and it has actually our technical expertise, and we have a standard quality of service regulation that is highly sophisticated. So we have built up 4 generations of KPIs. These KPIs are based in a very technical view of what we have in our sector and what we want to have in our sector. And we are also very much concerned about being able to compare utilities in their core management activities. So we have water supply indicators that rely on 105 data. So we have 18 indicators. And then we have also wastewater management indicators in our generation. Of course, that water and sanitation are human rights and where we have water scarcity. So this means that we needed to have, this means consequences that are listed here, and this also means that we had to have adaptable regulation with a focus on capacity building, transparency of information available to everyone. You can look into our website. A virtual competition between all utilities and give prizes to the best utilities each year. We monitor very strictly service coverage with a high specialist team of engineers and economists, and also we launch awareness campaigns and information to consumers. So we need to have adaptable regulation to adaptable context, and this has meant decreased, which means that they are more aggregated. So this is my message, my key messages, but of course ERSAR is always available to receive the delegations and to speak about our example so that it can help utilities everywhere to better manage water and to better manage our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera, for being here, and thank you for Cristiano Ronaldo for encouraging you to attend today. So as she mentioned in her remarks, engagement from all stakeholders is crucial for the sector. We are moving forward. Now we are moving to Kenya. The title is Regulation of Water and Sanitation Services, Experiences from Kenya. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Richard Cheriot, CEO of WASREP.
Thank you very much, and we're also happy to be part of this conference these 3 days, and really to be able to share the experience that we have from Kenya. I want to appreciate Gustavo for setting the stage for me and really sharing what the journey we've gone in the last 20 years. We were established about in 2003, so we have been in this space for about 22 years. Within the 22 years, we've been able to go through two legal framework changes. One was because of a change in the governance framework in our country, where in 2010 we introduced devolution, and the water sector then had to align to that governance framework in the country. The second change was last year, And because of what WASREB was seen to have done, then there was a change in the legal framework to introduce pricing as a mandate for WASREB, pricing for irrigation waters. So those are the two legal frameworks that we've gone through in the last 22 years. But really, I will join my colleagues and say it is a journey in terms of evolving and adapting to the changes that the sector has. So I'll basically share the experience from Kenya and just give a brief in terms of how we are legally established. So our mandate basically is anchored in the Constitution, which really provides for a Bill of Rights. And within that Bill of Rights is really the provision that citizens have the right to safe and clean water in adequate quantities, and also the country had a lot of, we were not making the required gains in terms of water resources management, and also water service provision had not really developed as we would have wished to see. So on one hand, on one side of this pyramid of functions is WASREB on the right, whose mandate is to regulate water and sanitation services provision. On the left side of it is the Water Resources Authority, which has the mandate of water resources management and allocation. I'll focus on the right so that in the interest of time, below the regulator, county governments. In a case where this water service provision cuts across more than one county, then that mandate is rested with the waterworks development agencies in terms of bulk water service provision. And then below that is the water service providers. And just to mention, looking at the numbers, Saudi Arabia is about 4 times in landmass the size of Kenya. Our population is about twice the population of Saudi, but again, within that space, we have about 95 water service providers. The architecture of, and which Gustavo has quite spoken to, is that we went into commercializing water service provision in what we call socially responsible commercialization. So the water service providers, there are about 95 of these, are state-owned enterprises, but operating within in a commercial sense. So they're established under the Companies Act, but owned entirely by the county governments. So the framework that links the mandate of the water service providers to regulation is really licensing. So the license is really the tool that provides for obligations for the water service providers. I'll not really dwell on this because it has been summarized. Regulators set the vision for the sector. We develop secondary legislations. Once the law has been enacted, then to operationalize that law, then we need secondary legislation. We issue tools and, in a nutshell, provide advice to the public in terms of water and sanitation matters. That's our mandate. We have or with a license. And the law has quite outlined, the requirement that you can't provide water services without the authority of a license. I think this has already also been spoken to. We have to balance those interests. For our cases, the two levels of government, consumers, and water service providers. Let me quickly look at the tools that we have developed to operationalize our mandate. We have subsidiary legislation that then supports the mother law that has been enacted. We have license conditions, so the licenses issued to the water service providers have conditions in the different areas of operations of these entities, from technical aspects, financial aspects, to human resources aspects. Then we have corporate governance standards. I think it's been mentioned that as we look to the future, then corporate governance really becomes the mother in terms of how utilities should fashion themselves in terms of water service provision. Drinking water quality guidelines, tariff setting guidelines, as a means of building economies of scale for water service utilities, we have enacted what we call clustering guidelines to, in a structured manner, be able to guide utilities in matters of aggregations. Then we have non-revenue water standards, consumer engagement standards, and the last one is really a monitoring tool that we have established that looks at the annual performance of water service providers. License conditions, this in a nutshell provides what the utilities are basically expected to do, provide access to the need for transparency in the operations. Participation for us is very strong because the law has put it very strongly that all the decisions that we have to make and the decisions that the water service providers have to make have to be backed up with public participation process. So fairness and in terms of decision making and integrity. The license that is issued comes with, targets, and we have targets in a range of, areas of operations of the utilities, right from quality of service, economic efficiency, and areas of operational sustainability. This forms the basis of licensing, but again forms the basis of us ranking the performance of these utilities on an annual basis. And of course, we've adopted those traffic light colors. How do we enhance compliance? We have developed a framework that looks at compliance as a pyramid of sanctions. And really at the bottom of that pyramid looks at people being able to understand what they're supposed to do, before then they are, demanded to adhere to that. So training, capacity development is really at the bottom of that pyramid, just to make sure that the utilities understand their obligations and, these issues are clearly brought out. The second level of that pyramid of sanction is really the issue of surveillance and prevention of, cases of non-compliance. And then that is then escalated to warnings, and at the apex of that pyramid is really the issue of commercial financing. And this comes in handy when the utilities are really performing well. They are more liable to really benefit from support from different partners. And of course, we're saying, as much as it's a pyramid of sanction, the different levels of risk will really determine the level of sanction that is brought in. What have we learned? We still believe that regulation really has a place because of the kind of service that is being offered. We must operate independently. I know in the pyramid of the institutional framework that I presented, unlike the case of ISA, is that we are under the ministry, but again, we have a level of independence in terms of appointments of the board members, and again, a critical aspect of that is financial autonomy. So we are wholly financed by a levy that we collect from the water service providers, and that gives us a lot of latitude in terms of the decisions that we make as a regulator. The need to employ sanctions and incentives as we advance regulation, because what we've discerned over time for the water service providers is that in certain cases, it's not really the willingness to non-comply, but really the conditions that these water service providers find themselves in that really pushes them to get to non-compliance. So they need to balance incentives and sanctions. There is need for transparency. I think I can't overemphasize this. And for us, we have continually published, the performance of these utilities just to ensure that, the public and, any potential partner can be able to make reference to their performance. Seeking customer input is very critical. I think it's been spoken to by the case of Ofwat, really, that the consumers we're serving must have a place in the decisions that we are making as either utilities or regulators. If we have to really be accountable and gain our legitimacy, then guidelines have to be put in place. This is what I'll put in, give as a concluding slide in my presentation. In our case, we separated, policy, regulation, asset development, and service provision. And 20 years down the line, I still believe that this is still valid. There's really need for to ensure that all the actors are accountable, that there's really need for separation of these roles across that value chain. The issue of ring-fencing of revenues, if we have to nurture the water service providers to sustainability, the issue of ring-fencing of costs, the issue of tracking these costs, and that any surplus that these utilities realize in the course of service provision is reinvested is very critical. We have to ensure that we have increased user participation. In our case, when we make decisions and we're able to make even tariff reviews during election. cost recovery through the tariff. We have recently completed a process of developing a national sector investment plan, and a good proportion of the investment to finance that plan really has to come from the tariff. So we have to continually look at internally generated revenues as a means of really tracking and financing sector development. Thank you very much. I think I will pick any other issues that may be there in the course of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shirio. Thank you all for your insightful explanations of this experience. Thank you. Now we will move on to the panel discussion, Innovative Regulatory Frameworks for Water and Wastewater Services. The moderator will be Adnan Gosha. He's a Senior Water and Sanitation Specialist at the World Bank Group. I invite him to the stage with his panelists after a couple of minutes.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. Happy to be here, moving into the next segment in this session on regulations. We heard very exciting presentations from experienced and distinguished guests that we have. Global perspective from Gustavo, the England and Wales experience from Trevor, the Portuguese experience as a European experience from Vera, and the Kenya's experience from Richard as an African case experience. And so we're happy to be now, and together also with Mohammed Al-Sheikh, who opened this session and who's being our host here today. So my name is Adnan Gosha. I am a Senior Water and Sanitation Specialist on behalf of the World Bank. Happy to be here. I will call you by your first names, if that is okay. Vera, Trevor, Mohammed, and Charles, yes. And so the way this session is going to go, it's going to go for 40 minutes. We will have 3 rounds of questions. The first set of questions is going to be a generic question for everyone, basically a foundational question. Why are we having a regulator? The second question is a challenge question that is addressing a particular challenge in each of your countries. And the third question is, what do you want the audience to leave from here, a takeaway from here for a regulation, for the future of regulation? You have around 2 to 3 minutes to answer each of the questions. And if somebody takes more than 3 minutes, I'm going to stand up and come to you and tell you stop. With that, let me start with the first round of questions. Why are we having a regulator? In today's challenging water sector situation, where we have a lot of water scarcity, where we have higher demands than before, where we have more issues to deal with the consumers, where there's more desalination, more cost into it. Why are we having a regulator? What is the role of the regulator? How is the regulator evolving to maintain a burst of the challenges that is happening? Let me start with you, Vera, and setting the stage, foundation. Why are we having a regulator?
Thank you very much for the query, and thank you very much for the opportunity to also discuss this with my fellow panelists. It's an honor for me. I would say more than why do we need regulators, when do we need regulators? Well, first of all, if you have a monopoly, that should give you a hint that maybe you need a regulator. Then, if the monopoly is regarding something that matters and that you really need to live with, so if you have something that matters like water, if you really need to live with water, then having a monopoly and something that matters is two pieces of the puzzle. The third one is that is it regarding services that require investment that needs to be made in a long-term period of time? This is also something that gives you an additional piece to the puzzle of regulation. And this investment needs to be made and reaches several political cycles. This is also something that leads to regulation. And of course, if this is something that is closely connected with sustainability, with having a concern in the present about the future, this is also something that leads to regulation. So regulators are not driven by political cycles. They take care of consumers, of the consumer of today and the consumer of tomorrow. And they, in the water sector, they have a special regard to environment because it's the environment that actually gives the service. So this is something that really concerns us. So we ensure as regulator that there is safe, affordable and sustainable water services. And we do that by setting fair prices when there is a monopoly, enforcing quality through KPIs and through a technical, very strong capability, and we manage resources. So managing resources so that there is investment that is made in sustainability. So the investment of today is going also to respond to queries of the future. And so there is no one-fits-all solution, but if you have these pieces, they all put together usually mean that having a strong independent regulator based on technical capability with independence from the political cycles, this will bring good results for the services.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Vera. Let me move to you, Trevor. Anything you'd like to add on top of what Vera have said, particularly from the English experience?
Thank you, Adnan. And yes, very good afternoon, everyone, again. I mean, I think this question from the World Bank is probably one of my top 5 questions I would vote for the sector to address. Regulation of the future will almost certainly need to be different from regulation of the past. My career has been slightly unusual. I spent sort of 10, 15 years being regulated in water utilities to another 10, 15 years being a regulator regulating those utilities. And it's very interesting to see this equation from both ends. When I joined a regulator, the relationship it had with its sector was not constructive. It was very much monitoring performance, enforcing poor performance, and setting regulations to reflect and deliver policy. It was a very black and white. Regulators sat back. And what I said to my colleagues when I joined regulation, and they didn't always like this, was if there's any failure whatsoever in the sector, we should ask ourselves, is there anything as a regulator we could or should have done different that might have helped? Now, sometimes maybe we couldn't. Accidents happen, poor performance can happen. But very often we found that there was something we could have changed in the way we regulated. And what we did was shifted from doing 90% pure regulation to actually making enforcement less than 10% of our activities and new regulations about 10%. And actually 80% of our time was spent in a much more supervisory, collaborative role with water companies, helping them to understand what we expected and how they could do their job better. So there was an element of leadership. There was an adaptive approach to regulation that could take regulatory positions where there were issues, where the regulation said one thing, but common sense said another thing. So we tried not to enforce poor rules because the world is changing so fast. That adaptability is really important. And as we've heard earlier, adaptability, empowerment, digitally enabled regulators have to be the shape of the future. It will be different for each jurisdiction, but those principles are something that I believe in.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Excellent perspective as well. Let me move to you, Muhammad. Saudi Water Authority is a young regulator. What are the priorities, at least the immediate priorities of the Saudi Water Authority?
Thank you, Adnan, for having me in this panel. I think this is, it is a simple question, but also a deep question. Water has become more complicated. I mean, the water ecosystem and the water sector in the global became more complicated. In our region, it has its own complexity. We don't have water with conventional way mainly. It's that need energy, heavy infrastructure, transmission, and also reuse, and to get the best out of it, and to be very wise when we use our water. We consider it a very precious material. That's why we think it is important in a practical way to have a regulator, centralized regulator, which has independency from any other aspect that focus on the water, focus on the interest of the public, and for both economical, environmental, health aspect for the public. So we in Saudi Arabia, back to Saudi Arabia, our experience now, it is young, but it's also being centralized from the beginning. And we found it's more beneficial. You cannot move and accelerate the innovation, improving, set a target, challenge the producer or the company that work in the water sector without having one regulatory body that oversees the whole value chain and review it from in a very periodic and very often and frequent matter. One of the outcome to have this dialogue and this conference, it started by initiative by the Saudi Water Authority now, and we are moving toward innovation, and we think the water sector won't gain and improve without having a clear vision set by the regulatory body. That's very, very important and very, very crucial. And as I've been usually always give this example that the GCC countries, especially in Saudi Arabia, by this framework, we managed to improve the economical aspect of the industry, improve the production, power consumption, to reduce it to the fifth since the 3 decades. If we didn't have a centralized vision toward improving the efficiency of producing desalinated water, we won't be able to do so. And we are moving toward these targets alongside with other targets has been set by our national water strategy.
Thank you, Mohammed. And you said something very interesting about regulating the entire value chain from the production, desalination, transmission, distribution into irrigation. So this is interesting, and I'm going to come back to this for the question. Richard, and let's move quicker, please, as the time is passing. From your experience in Kenya, and we saw in your presentation that there has been a gradual, incremental transformation. How do you see that the role of a regulator has actually changed to adapt to the different environments?
Thank you very much, Adnan, and I think I'll join my colleagues to really echo and say, if you look at the service we are giving, we can't run away from regulation. So it is really the form that we take that is very key. Where I come from, and I think I'm giving an experience from Africa, we recently did a landscape study and looking at what does it look like across the 55 African countries, and we realized it is in different forms, either independent regulators, regulation by contract, or regulation by the ministry. So it goes to say that we must have some form of regulation in some way, just because of what Vera said also. These are monopolies, and we have to ensure that they don't exploit the mandates they are given. I will just speak to one issue that, Adnan, in terms of the recent developments and what we've gone through as a country. And one of the things we noted was the issue that consumers were concerned about the cost of regulation. And in our country, when I shared the institutional structure that we have, there was a bit of concern whether we should actually have independence in terms of a different regulator for water resources and a different regulator for water services. So as we look at going forward, we should actually be looking at the proportionality of our regulation and really not being a burden to the sector that we're in. But I think in terms of value addition, we must be able to demonstrate. And we've had cases that, if you deliver your mandate properly, consumers will really come and support you. And like I said, we've had cases where, in certain cases, the duty bearers who are, for our case, the county governments, are not very willing to change tariffs. But consumers really come in and say, if these utilities are able to justify why the tariffs have to be increased, then they support the position that the regulator has to take. So for us, it's really been addressing the emerging issues and trying to fashion ourselves to fit to those emerging issues.
Great, thanks, Richard. So let me move to the second round of question, and this is a customized question for each country, and it's a challenge question, as I said. So if this is too challenging, let me know. Who wants to start with a challenge question?
It's first.
Trevor?
Yes, please.
Yeah. All right, Trevor.
Okay, I've been volunteered, thank you.
So you're on the spot. In your presentation, you touched on the social contract with the people. You talked about the social media, I don't know, Facebook, Instagram, whatever. And so this is interesting to talk about this in the water sector. So there has been a perception, at least, of mistrust, and I'm not sure if this is real. Maybe you can reflect on this in 2 minutes. But more importantly, what is the biggest or the most challenging decision that leadership in the water sector, in the regulatory relief frame, need to take to address this, to ensure that they regain the public trust?
Thank you, and it's certainly a challenging question, so you're absolutely right. So, I mean, leadership as a concept is always hard. I'm sure many of us in this room would agree, even in a stable operating environment. But none of us, or few of us, I suspect, if any, are in a stable operating environment over the next 1 or 2 decades. So leadership will become harder and much more critical. And to your point, Adnan, the social contract that we are wrestling with at the moment, what does it mean and how do we enable it to build trust and to understand that our sector delivers what customers need? In the past, we've done surveys to understand what their preferences might be if they want a desal plant or a reservoir or something else, etc. But that's not enough. It's a small number of people, and it's not a contract at all. So we're looking at being digitally enabled in this, so using the digital world in a way that we've never done to understand and engage customers. And what's critical is not only to help them understand what the choices are, but to engage them in making those choices. That doesn't mean it's a purely democratic cycle in which we can just let customers en masse vote for how we manage the sector. But what we can do is engage them, help them understand, and we're investing something we've never done before, £100 million on engaging with customers to help them understand the sector and to engage on making choices for the future. Now, this is a big experiment and it's quite risky, but if it works, then it could be a golden thread that we can use in the future to make what we do more democratically accountable and more socially accountable and more environmentally accountable. That has to be our objective.
Excellent. And it's going to be a challenge. So
Oh,
let's
yeah.
see. I mean, all eyes are going to be on this experience to see what's going to happen in the future. Mohammed, let me ask, and I see this is almost a mission impossible. The Saudi Water Authority is responsible for regulating the entire value chain, as I said, from production of desalination until the irrigation for agriculture or whatever. At the same time, there's Vision 2030 with mega projects, with very bold vision. There's implementation of major infrastructure in the production, in desalination, in the distribution, in different fields. And you go to Riyadh or any other city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and you see in a lot of construction happening. As a regulator, you're responsible for all of this. You want to regulate that there is sustainability in all of this. More importantly, there is resilience. This infrastructure has resilience. So how do you, as a regulator, ensure that you're actually building resilience in this sector that is actually a complicated sector?
Yeah, it is a challenging question again. As I told you that we don't have, most of our water comes from unconventional technologies. So we are the most water-stressed country in the world, maybe, and it is not. And we have a special and unique experience that we have the water transmission system being moved from the coastal area to the inland. So that's why we have a unique value chain. I don't think that other countries, they have water transmission systems. They have maybe distribution. I mean, or maybe they have water transmission system in smaller scales, but in a huge scale that we had in Saudi Arabia, I think it is unique to Saudi Arabia. And perhaps maybe to the region in different scale. So we've been through the last decades that we've been investing heavily in building this infrastructure. Now, once we reach the maturity of the infrastructure, especially the production and transmission, we are now really in need to have a very clear regulations for water sector that embedded the economical aspects that improve the efficiency of the water sector to keep it sustainable for both sides, economically, for the producer and the government, the water sector, and also affordable for the public. So this is a very important aspect that our regulations target and keep eye on through our strategy. Secondly, we find it part of our obligation to localize the industry, to be self-sufficient or national self-sufficient with certain products. We have our program for localization that will strengthen the supply chain. We announced that we opened the first, one of the biggest membrane plants or producer in the Eastern Province. We'll announce soon the chemicals. So that's that leads to have a resilient supply chain that related to the water sector. Then also comes the quality. Should manage the quality, centralized. You know, it's the water. Didn't come from near sources. It come from the coast, some for hundreds of kilometers. So you should have a continuous check to the quality. So that's need a real work, a thoughtful work, expertise. So that's part of our, and we are doing it since we are in SWCC. We are doing it, and now we are more entitled for the whole value chain. Then we increase our bar. We increase our target. The reuse of the water. It's become one of the most important goals for our strategy. So we are targeting 70%. So now that keeps the water sector in the economy and intersect and overlap with other industries like agriculture and mining, petrochemicals, oil and gas, energy. So all these aspects should be centralized and planned, and I will always say centralized in a way that keep the balance and ensure the sustainability and the resilience for the whole value chain.
Thank you. It's very interesting, very amazing actually that you are able in Saudi Arabia to produce membranes for desalination plants, and so this is congratulations on that. Yeah, excellent. Richard, let me move to you. You mentioned that you have recently prepared a development strategy for the water sector, and part of that strategy is mobilization of capital investment, commercial financing for the utilities. One thing is planning, another thing is execution. And in today's realities in an African country, enabling environment sometimes might not be optimal. How have you been doing that? Are you successful? And what's the future?
So you're right. We recently completed the development of a national investment plan. And just like most of us, the horizon is 2030, so it's looking at about 7 years. A good proportion of that financing, if we say business as usual in terms of financing, that you can only get about 50% of the resource requirements for that plan. We have considered, and a good proportion of that financing of that plan is consumer contributions. And we are looking at this really being financed through the tariff. And for us, this is as WASREB, we are working to facilitate the utilities be able to realize this. One, of course, is we have continually, and if you see the report we release on an annual basis, we look at credit worthiness of the water service providers, just to interest the commercial lenders that this is a space they can get into and be able to work with and partner with the water service providers. But another critical aspect of, our intervention to the water service providers is improving governance. Because all these things, the bedrock of all the issues, the interventions that the water service providers do is really governance. And we have continually, we have a standard that utilities have to comply with. But again, we assess to what extent are they complying with that standard. So that gives confidence to the lenders that they can really support the water service providers. But the other critical aspect is really now the actual implementation of what you're saying at NAN, that, how do we regularly, review tariffs? And we have done this. Our tariff regimes range between 3 and 5 years. And Kenya is getting into elections in the next 2 years, but we are not worried that we can't be able to review tariffs in the next 2 years. So this is confidence we build over time, and it is really critical that regulators then, really provide that enabling environment for the private sector to come in. The other critical aspect, as I close this, Adnan, is the aspect of even partners are pushing us to performance-based financing. So utilities have no option really in terms of what they do. If they have to benefit from this financing, they have to demonstrate that they are achieving certain set of agreed results. So that in a way is also giving us traction in terms of really mobilizing private capital to get into the sector.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Vera, this is the last question on this round to you, and it's on tariff. You had a couple of slides on tariff, and a lot of countries have gone through tariff reforms. Some were successful, and some actually were not successful. So I'm not sure, where do you stand in terms of tariff reform? Do you regard yourself as a successful model in terms of that? What makes you successful? What challenges are you facing? But also, very quickly, why are you resetting the tariff?
Well, as I said before, we have utilities that vary a lot. So if we speak on average numbers, the tariffs, they recover 100%, more or less 100% of the costs. So for water supply, this would mean that we would be okay for tariffs in Portugal. But the average actually hides numbers that are not okay. Because whilst the big utilities actually cover costs, the smaller utilities, which are the majority of the number of utilities, are not covering costs with the tariffs. And they're having difficulties in the investment and in other KPIs like water losses and other relevant operational KPIs that we also measure. So what we see is that on average, the country seems okay, but actually more than 100 utilities are not covering costs. And this is a problem, probably not today's problem, but tomorrow's problem. Because if they're not recovering costs today, it will be very, very difficult for them to rise up to the challenge of the investment that is required for us to make in order to face scarcity, resilience, digital challenges, and so on. So our concern now, doing the tariff regulation, is to set a standard rules that everyone needs to apply, so that we have a common baseline and that we have a common benchmark, and then we are able to actually move forward and make the investment that we need to make, and crowd in investors that needed to be crowded in, so that all utilities have this investment landscape. So this is why we are making this regulation. We're not commencing everything from the beginning, and that is something that we are very careful about, because, as has been said, water is very deep into people's hearts. And so we are very cautious about that. We had a bad experience back in 2018 where we developed a proposal of regulation that was very sophisticated, very difficult to understand, with algorithms, with Greek letters all over the place. And so people didn't understand it, and they didn't welcome the regulator's initiative. So we are building up on that experience and also looking at other European experiences, and we are doing something much more simple so that everyone understands. The tariffs are very straightforward in their structure, so that everyone knows what they're paying and why they're paying, and utilities also recover costs and know how to recover costs and how to report to the regulatory agency. So we are being very careful in the way that we are building up this regulation, so that it's not disruptive, that it sets out rules that allow investment, that allow different tariffs when there's scarcity, for instance, because in Portugal, we don't have scarcity all year. We have in some months, in some regions. So we need to have a tariff that actually responds to scarcity only in those particular months, in those particular regions. So this is something that we are building up with stakeholders, with communication, with the Consumers Association. So hopefully it will do better than the 2018 experience.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you, Vera. And let me stay with you and move to the final round of questions. And this is a question related to the future of regulation. And in a way, Gustavo laid the future, digitization, ensure, the need to have environmental regulation speak to economic regulation, to quality, and talked about those aspects. So if you want to leave the audience in 2 minutes with a thought of what is the innovation that you want to pilot, you already tried and maybe succeeded or not, but you want to take them away with this, an innovation to address those issues for the future. What's that's going to be that issue? Yeah.
That's a very difficult question.
Oh, okay, so this should have been a challenge question then.
That is a challenge question. What we have as a priority is not to put efficiency before effectiveness, because we need to deliver. If we lose our focus on effectiveness, then we have big problems in water quality, in wastewater management. So effectiveness is the first goal, and then we are efficient in our effectiveness. And we have had two major events, disruptive events in Portugal and in Iberia this year. We had a cyber attack, a big cyber attack, and we had a shutdown, a power shutdown, the entire country and Spain too, for 14 hours. And this has made us also think that resilience is not just about a PowerPoint. We need people to be able actually to react to these events. So innovation means that we are digitalized, but that we are digitalized people. And this is our biggest challenge also at ERSAR, to have our teams, engineers, economists, maths, biologists, lawyers, digitalized, but able actually to function and to deliver when there is a crisis scenario such as the one that we faced and that we think can repeat itself.
Thank you very excellent. Trevor, innovation for the future in regulation.
Okay, so I've talked about some of the principles of future regulation, adaptive, digital. I won't repeat those, because I've done those. But there's a couple of things I think regulators face and will need to wrestle with, and are wrestling with now really effectively, but there's more to do. One of those points is we talked about Saudi Arabia being probably one of the most water-stressed, if not the water-stressed countries in the world. But even the UK and much of Europe, and the UK is relatively wet in your perception, we have reached the sustainable limit of what we can take from the natural environment in the way that we have for hundreds of years. Yeah. There is some elasticity in that number, but still we're moving to a new form of regulation for super infrastructure. Storage water through reservoirs, big transfers, semi-closed loop systems with reuse and desalination. How you regulate that positively for value is really important. The second bit linked to that is we live in a very uncertain world in the future. There will be more uncertainty in the future in so many dimensions. Making wise decisions on big infrastructure under that deep uncertainty is going to be quite hard to make sure value for money. You can't ask for that money twice, or if you do, you're going to lose your job at the very least. And then the final one, coming to Vera's point, is yes, we need to be digitally enabled in the way we regulate, but we need to be very cognizant of the risks of cybersecurity, etc. There's a new exposure to the way that we operate in the future. And I think we're only just starting in the UK to understand that. We've had cyber attacks as well, and we weren't as prepared as we should have been.
Interesting. Thanks, Trevor. Mohammed, same question.
Yeah, I think to have the right regulation in place, it is very important, especially for innovation. You cannot have a healthy ecosystem that support the innovation and keep charging the energy of the manufacturer, and also encourage the producer and the water sector to adopt innovative way in the sector without having the right regulations. If you keep business as usual, you won't have any changes, and you'll have the same result. And we have it in Saudi Arabia. In the beginning, we even in a smaller scale, that when we challenge during the bidding process, our tendering process, when float the spec, that we said that the energy consumption shouldn't exceed this amount. The bidder, they start innovative way to reduce the energy consumption, and then they succeeded. So all started from the regulation, that you have a certain target given by a certain authority, and that will challenge them. Then you will have the right fruit, and that what we hope in the water sector in Saudi Arabia to reach, and this is our long-term goal as well.
useful input. Richard, let me conclude with you.
Yeah. I think much has been said by my fellow panelists, but for me, I think context is very key. That, like they say at NAN, we have to change. It's the only constant that is there. But innovation has to be in a context, that we have to ensure that, the people, the consumers, have to see value out of all the innovations that we do. When we said, in our case, regulation was progressive, we looked at initially where the biggest challenge was, and it was in the urban space. So we have more or less organized urban water services. We are getting into rural service provision, which is very complicated. For regulators, I talked of 90 utilities in our case, and this is for 50% of the population. We have recently now, through innovation, mapped close to 10,000 systems that are serving in the rural areas. The issue then for us as a regulator is how do we manage these systems? And what we're looking at is, one, a system to manage, but again, a system to help the public get to know what we are doing. Yeah? It's no longer tenable because unfortunately regulators don't directly interface with consumers. We have to go through the water service providers. That value proposition that the consumers have to see is really very critical for our existence. And I think, as I close, it's really when we went through a reform process recently, just because of the perception that we needed to be matched with the regulator for water resources, that value proposition came in and it was felt that we still needed, we still had quite a bit to do. So I think, for me, as we look at, to the future and innovation, we actually look at innovation that is fit for purpose and appreciate the context that we're operating in as in different places.
Thank you, Richard. Well, with this, we're actually concluding this session, and I hope that this was rich contribution, that we heard the presentations from different perspectives, that this interaction with the panelists was helpful to you. My main takeaway from this is regulation in today's world is different than the regulation that it was years ago. Yeah. We need to rethink how we regulate. Innovation is not only the technology, innovation is in policy and regulation. And that is so critical for the future of the water security, for the resilience, and resilience coming up very strongly also of the sector, the social contract, looking comprehensively at the whole sector, not just as a sector, but also the global sphere of that. So a lot of interesting ideas, and I want to thank you. Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Richard. This was very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable insight and experiences. As Mr. Adnan mentioned at the end, let's innovate in regulation together. Now we are moving to a fireside chat, the role of intellectual properties in shaping water innovation. We are honored to have two distinguished individuals with us today. First, our moderator, Ms. Shaima Asif, Director of Technology Enablement at the Ministry of Communications and Information Technologies. And joining her is our speaker, Dr. Abdulaziz Aswelem, CEO of the Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property. Dr. Aswelem is a leading authority in the field of intellectual property and innovation, and he will share right now his insights on how IP frameworks can foster collaboration, drive technical advancement, and support sustainable water management practices. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shaima and Dr. Abdulaziz to the stage.
السلام عليكم جميعا. Good afternoon. السلام عليكم دكتور عبد العزيز سويلم.
السلام ورحمة الله.
معكم شيماء السيف. This session is going to be discussing the role of how IP can shape the future of water technologies. And to discuss this, there is no better than the CEO of Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property, معنا دكتور عبد العزيز سويلم. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence today.
Thank you, Shayma.
We'll start with kind of setting the ground discussion and looking at the bigger picture. How does SAPE support and protect innovation, especially in technologies such as okay, let me rephrase that. How does SAPE support and protect innovations, especially as technologies diversify and the kingdom advances its water sustainability ambitions?
Well, thank you, Shayma. Thank you for the introduction, and maybe just a little bit brief about the IP, because I would like to set the ground to assure that everybody is with the proper understanding what we mean by intellectual property. Well, normally I used to define IP like the ideas. The idea is like a drop of water. It might be collective, then used and reused, and it might be evaporated. Once it's evaporated, it will go to somebody else, and the other person will take this idea and will grow it. So the main thing is to assure that whenever we have idea and the idea is converted to a product, those products should go through the IP areas. When we look at this bottle, it has many things related to the IP. The shape is a design, the logo is trademark, the technologies to purify and treat water is the patents, and the systems used throughout the process, it might be trade secrets, and there are so many other issues related to IP. So if you compare two bottles, two products with two brands, the prices might be vary based on the value of the IP. And the differences is the intangible assets. So the main target of IP is to assure that we are converting our ideas to be intangible assets, and then to assure that those intangibles will be tangible assets later on when it's become a production. So IP it's not only patents. IP is patents, designs, trademarks, electrical circuits, plant varieties, and might be as well copyright with a variety of copyrights, including the software and designs and many other things. So how can we help? How can we help the innovators and inventions to assure that we will help to move in this direction? We have many things we can provide. The most important value is the information. And as per Max Planck report, which was published in 2024, that about 80% of the information which led the technologies, the information came from the patents and not from the published paper or reports, because the secrets are in the patents and the reports within the patents. And as regulators, we provide the patents or any other IP documents, and the value, it will be the retain, it will be sharing the information with the community. So we provide the protection to assure that there is a kind of sharing of the information. So information is the main thing, and in the purpose of this conference, we develop a very quick report about the IPs internationally, and this will be shared later on. But the information is the main thing we provide. Second, we also provide the services to the inventors to assure that we can guide them to the right track. For example, the inventors, sometimes they don't know. And I noticed this even here in the exhibition, because they are speaking about the patents and the long time it takes to get it granted. But I told them what you have is a design, and you can apply for design and you get your certificate in 2 weeks. So you don't have to wait for that long time. So we provide this kind of service, and we call it the IP clinics, which provide the services for individuals and SMEs. The third thing, which is the most important thing for the companies and large companies, we have the fast track for examination to assure that those inventors will not lose the opportunities and they can take the fast track for examination so they can get their patents in very short period. And also we signed an agreement with most of the large patent offices and big patent offices internationally, so we can do the examination in the same time, and this we call it PPH, where we can also assure that, and we also provide certain kind of collaboration where people, they can move on together for their activities, and many other things, including the IP Academy, where we trained more than 100,000 this year, just to assure that people, they got the right information about IPs.
That's great to hear. And I think that covers a lot of the challenges that entrepreneurs and innovators may encounter when they're considering going into the intellectual property path. Maybe kind of highlighting on this, what are the fastest growth areas for innovations in water technology specifically that you're seeing?
Well, based on our report, and I asked my colleagues to just present a few slides. It's not to present slides rather than just share some of the information. So about 91% of the patents were, and you can see some of the information in our dashboards and the reports. And by the way, this report generated just for the sake of the conference, just to see the growth of the patentability. And you can see that we don't have that extreme growth in the patentability and in the patent applications. Only 431 patents internationally were registered. And you can see also whom is dominating in the patent applications internationally. And to have this full information about the fast growth, you can see here that water treatment is 90% of the patents provided internationally, not only in Saudi Arabia, internationally, 91% of the patents were submitted in this field. And this will give also another insight that there are other areas. We may focus in these areas, and it might be our opportunity when we just go to these lines because others, they are not working here. Just download the report and you will see a lot of information related to the patent and the activities. So water treatment is the highest growth area, yet it's very low. As Engineer Abdullah mentioned in the opening ceremony, just 5% of the patents internationally in the water and water treatment field. And it's unfortunate because only 5% were converted to products. And just another number just to show the quality of the applications. Among those 431,000 applications in 10 years, only 36 were granted. So the rest is not granted, and it's available for those who would like to learn and study of these. So the challenge maybe it will be the quality of the products, which will also help the IP offices to grant these products.
Excellent. That's very encouraging to hear that there is plenty of areas that we can kind of focus the innovation in. And that takes me to the criteria that you use to actually select or evaluate the different innovations that you get. What kind of criteria or standards do you use in SAIP for this?
That's an excellent question, because it's a challenging question, by the way. There are about 26 international treaties managed by the World Intellectual Property Organization, which is a UN organization. And those 26 treaties spot all of the criteria and measurement to assure that different countries, they are using at least the minimum requirements to grant patents or any other IPs. And Saudi Arabia has joined most of these treaties. The matter of that fact that the latest treaty, it's Riyadh Design Law Treaty, because it was conducted here in Riyadh, and it's named Riyadh Design Law Treaty. So if you are applying for a design, for example, all countries, they will go to Riyadh Design Law Treaty and they will follow the criteria there. So we do have the international measures of criteria to assure that we are using the same measurement and to provide patents, designs, or any other application. But we have our own quality measures as well. So we do have a very high quality measures to assure that we are implementing the high quality measures, and we are assisting all of these in our quarterly quality reports.
And how is the support provided to specifically entrepreneurs who are not necessarily aware of how the process of intellectual property goes?
True. I think this is one of the main challenges we are facing here at SAIB. And we worked in the different dimensions. The first dimension, which is the most important one, is to assure that we do have a national strategy of intellectual property, to assure that what we do at SAIB, our colleagues at Munshaat, they are doing the same to assure that they can provide the same services. Our colleagues at Ministry of Education and many other ministries, they are providing the same level of understanding because we do have this national strategy of intellectual property. So having the strategy will help people to know where we are going, where we are heading, and why we are doing all of these. Second, we provide what I told you previously, the IB clinics and IB Academy. And the clinics and academy, they are free of charge services provided to the entrepreneurs, SMEs, and this will help them as well to assure that what they are doing is protectable and the patentability as well of their product, and it will help them as well to assure that what they ever will get as an IP, it will be converted to tangible assets. And that's why we started our what we call idea to market, which is ATM in Arabic. And this initiative is like an intangible assets exchange platform. So it's a platform to exchange assets. So if somebody got his patent or design, he or she can provide it within the platform and they can sell it or license for a production, and this will help to accelerate. So the idea, how can we help? We can help them when they take their ideas and convert it to a product, because this will help to increase their tangible assets. By the way, if we look at the largest 500 companies at United States, as per S&P report, about 93% of their assets are intangible. 93 is intangible, and the 7% what we see of the product. In Saudi Arabia, it's about 74% in our last report, and we hope that we increase the intangible assets value, because this will help as well to assure that whatever we provide to the entrepreneurs will be also reflected in the economies of Saudi Arabia. Finally, we signed an agreement with Munshaat, and this is good news for SMEs. And this agreement with Munshaat that will help them to be refunded. So if they pay for the patents or trademarks at SAIB, they can take the bill and go to Munshaat and they can be refunded, and this will make it zero cost for them.
Excellent. That's really good news for innovators and early startups. In terms of awareness, how are you seeing that companies are moving into being more aware of technology and the water sustainability areas?
Well, I'm glad to announce that the latest report published this month by WIPO, it's indicated that the highest awareness level is here in Saudi Arabia. So I'm glad to know this, because we worked since the establishment of SAIS 2018 until now to assure that we increase the awareness. And by the way, their results, which is 80%, it's much higher than ours. Based on our measures, because we do assess the IP awareness every year. So based on our measures, it's about 64. But we look forward to assure that we are increasing the awareness. And the main idea is to assure whatever we develop as an inventions, it will be protected, and not only protected, but it will be with a very high value to our economy.
Coming to basically increase awareness, you can maybe you can talk to us about how SAIP is collaborating with national entities, universities, research labs, and how this feeds into the protection of water innovation and technologies in general.
Excellent question. Well, let's assume that people here in this hall, they are working with either universities, companies, research centers. And we start working with these three entities to assure that we establish what we call technology innovation support centers. And nowadays we have in Saudi Arabia more than 74 technology innovation support centers linked with SAIP. And the idea is to have a satellite branch of SAIP, which is part of the organization, and we train the employees to assure that they can access data, they can share their expertise, and this network of TISC, Technology Innovation Support Center, this network of TISC is linked with the higher network in collaboration with World Intellectual Property Organization, and the idea that we can bring this network to the top 6,000 TISC internationally, and the idea that they can bring their ideas together, and this will help them to reach their goals. And also, we encourage all of these institutions to establish what we call the IP policy. And the IP policy to assure that all the bright minds, they can know what's their rights and what's their company or organization rights. And they assure that we are not infringing the other's right by the IP policy.
So part of your awareness, maybe, efforts, do you collaborate with universities in terms of, for example, research, capstone projects in specific areas in water technologies, or is it more of supporting the enablement of implementing IP?
This is an excellent question. Well, we start from the first grade of education, and nowadays we have more than 1,800 items injected in the curriculums here in Saudi Arabia. So students from the very early stages, they know that the copy and paste without referring to the reference is IP stealing.
Yeah.
So they shouldn't do that. So we have more than 1,800 injected in different curriculums here in Saudi Arabia. We established what we call the IP Master in collaboration with WIPO and Al Qura University to provide master degrees in intellectual property, and high diploma with King Saud University to assure that they also have this kind. And we also encourage all universities to have at least one program for IP to assure that graduates, they know about IP, the minimum requirements to assure that they are protecting their ideas.
That's really excellent. Maybe one last thing is, what message would you like to leave for intellectual property in the water technology specifically, considering what we have today in Saudi Arabia and what you'd look to see in the future?
Excellent. Because if we look to the numbers, we can notice that there are a huge jump in the IP applications internationally, and mainly driven by oil and gas and pharmaceuticals. But unfortunately, it's not water treatment or water technologies. And that's why I think there is a big room for the inventors to look at these spots and to assure that they can work in these areas. And the main thing is to assure that they are capture the right area to invest. And the main thing here is to assure whatever is provided by the inventors, it will be welcomed at the IP offices and in Saudi Arabia SAIP as well, to assure that these inventions will be evaluated and also to be protected once they granted the IP. So I'd like to encourage all of our colleagues to assure that whatever they will do, let's start by protection, because if you go directly to the field and to the market without the proper protection, you will be infringed anyway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdelaziz. It's very clear based on this very small conversation that IP is not only the way to protect, but also to grow technology implementations and specifically in the water technologies.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you very
time.
much. Thank you, Shaima. Thank you very much. شكرا. يعطيك العافية.
Thanks for both of you. It's really indeed the way to grow. Now we will move to a presentation, Lessons from Yangtze River, Passing Governance. The speaker will be Ma Shou Shan, Vice Commissioner, Chongyang Water Resources Commission, CWRC. Please welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ma Shui-san, Vice Commissioner of the Changjiang Water Resources Commission under the Ministry of Water Resources of China. It's my great honor to share with you a presentation titled Lessons from Yangtze River Basin Governance. The Yangtze River is the longest river in China and the third longest in the world. Its main stream is over 6,000 kilometers. Its GDP accounts for more than 14% of the national total. It has an important strategic position in China's economic and social developments. Established in February 1950, the Changjiang Water Resources Commission is a river basin authority dispatched by the Ministry of Water Resources to access its water administrative functions in the Yangtze River Basin and other river basins of southwest China. Our commission has over 7,600 professionals. Among them, there is one academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineers. There are 6 masters of engineering survey and design in China. For over 17 years, the CWRC has implemented the measure for basin governance and explored an effective management model. We adopt planned governance. The Yangtze River planning system has been greatly improved. We developed Yangtze River Master Plan and revised for 3 times. Specialized on the thematic plans were also formulated, including rules for flood control and water resources management. These provide a key support for water conservation, protection, development, and utilization in Yangtze River Basin. We adhere to systematic governance. An integrated strategy is adopted to address flood control, water resources management, water in college, water in environment, water culture, and shoreline protection. Efforts are conducted cross upstream and downstream, left and right banks, on the mainstream and the tributaries. we adopt a holistic approach, place on the river and lake shape system as the core, and promoted multi-stakeholder participation. We uphold the law-based governance of Yangtze River, guided by the water law, the flood control law, and the Yangtze River protection law. We fully improve legislation in key areas and regions, enact supporting regulations, rules, and documents. We have enhanced the cross-regional and cross-department law enforcement. Through highway rule of law, we ensure high-quality development. Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed the water governance concept, that is, prioritizing water conservation, seeking spatial equilibrium, implementing systematic governance, and achieving government market synergy. Guided by this concept, the CWRC has fully improved the capacity in safeguarding water security. We have formulated 23 master plans. Protection law, which is the Chinese first basin special law. We also have enacted 3 administrative regulations, 3 departments rules, and 14 documents for river basins. A water-related legal system has been established. We apply technology builder the digital twin Yangtze River are integrated monitoring and sensing system covering space, air, ground, water, and engineering has been developed. The basin-wide flood forecasting period is extended to 7 to 10 days. This system has enabled accurate forecasting and regulation for the multi-basin-wide and regional floods. In next step, the CWRC will strengthen the coordination between basin level and regional management and accelerate the building of an integrated river basin governance system that collects upstream and downstream areas. We will remove hand risk along the main embankments, manage major tributaries and small middle rulers, and reinforce risk reservoir. We plan to strengthen the provision and control of enhance it with strengthened oversight during and after implementation. We will strengthen the water saving management and advancing building of water conserving society. We will strengthen the protection and the restoration of water ecosystems in river basins and promote the efficient conservation and utilization of shoreline resources, protection of key river sources areas, global climate change is intensifying, and the river basin governance faces many new challenges. We are running to work with all parties to expand the areas of cooperation and deepen practical collaboration. We are ready to strengthen policy dialogue, technological exchanges, and project cooperation in fields of common concern, such as water conservation and efficient utilization, groundwater management and protection, on the unconventional water resources use. Together, we can write a new chapter in water grounds governance that contributes to building a shared future for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's highly appreciated. Now we will move to a panel discussion about water policies, regulation, and governance in Gulf countries. This discussion will be delivered in Arabic, and the moderator will be Dr. Muhammad Al-Rashidi, GCC General Secretariat. Couple of minutes, and the stage will be ready.
بركة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الخلق خاتم النبيين. نرحب فيكم في هذه الجلسة. طبعا احنا سعيدين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. بسم الله. أصحاب السعادة الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا أن نرحب بكم في هذه الجلسة الحوارية بعنوان حوكمة وسياسات وتنظيمات المياه في دول الخليج، دول مجلس التعاون، والتي تأتي في وقت برزت فيه منطقتنا كمنطقة تحمل حلول لتحديات متزايدة عالميا تتعلق بندرة المياه سواء في الكميات أو الجودة، والتغيرات المناخية وارتفاع الطلب الناتج عن الأنشطة الاقتصادية والمجتمعية علاوة على النمو السكاني. ما حققته دولنا من خفض لتكاليف إنتاج المياه، مما يعكس منهج متطور في التشريعات والحوكمة والابتكار، والتي تعد ضرورة استراتيجية تضمن الأمن المائي. أتشرف اليوم بإدارة هذا الحوار الذي يجمع بين شخصيات قيادية ومؤثرة في قطاع المياه على مستوى دول مجلس التعاون. بداية نرحب بسعادة الدكتور منصور الهنائي رئيس هيئة تنظيم الخدمات بسلطنة عمان، وسعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز بن محارب الشيباني وكيل المياه بوزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة بالمملكة العربية السعودية، وسعادة المهندس فهد الظفيري الوكيل المساعد لشؤون المياه في دولة الكويت وزارة الكهرباء والمياه والطاقة المجددة، وسعادة المهندس إبراهيم الكعبي نائب الرئيس لهيئة كهرباء والمياه مملكة البحرين لشؤون المياه. نرحب بكم جميعا وشكرا على حضوركم ومساهمتكم القيمة. اسمحوا لي أن نبدأ هذا الحوار بعدد من الأسئلة الحوارية التي تشكل مستقبل السياسات المائية في دول مجلس التعاون. نبدأ بسعادة الدكتور منصور. طبعا هذا السؤال للجميع، طبعا سؤال أصحاب السعادة. صاحب التنمية الاقتصادية والمجتمعية في دول الخليج تطوير للتشريعات والسياسات المائية في خلال السنوات الماضية مما انعكس على صمود قطاعات المياه، فهل لنا أن نلقي الضوء على ما تم إنجازه وكيف يمكن لهذه التشريعات والسياسات أن تستمر في قيادة هذا الصمود مع المتغيرات الكبيرة القادمة من تنمية على جميع الأصعدة؟ فنبدأ معك دكتور.
دكتور محمد شكرا جزيلا على صوتنا.
شغال الصوت، اضغط. اوكي.
دكتور شكرا جزيلا على السؤال وشكرا على الاستضافة. أعتقد دول مجلس التعاون قطعت يعني شوط كبير في ما يخص الإجراءات التنظيمية، وأنا بخص بالذكر سلطنة عمان والإجراءات اللي تم اتخاذها في يعني السنوات الماضية لإعادة هيكلة قطاع المياه والصرف الصحي في سلطنة عمان. السلطنة بدأت يعني رحلة إعادة هيكلة هذا القطاع تقريبا في العام 2020، وكانت البداية بفصل الاختصاصات، واتبعنا نموذج مماثل لنموذج اللي تم اعتماده في عام 2004 لإعادة هيكلة قطاع الكهرباء في سلطنة عمان. فكانت البداية فصل الاختصاصات وإصدار القانون وضح لكل يعني جهة من الجهات المسؤولة عن تشغيل هذا القطاع الحيوي إيش دورها وإيش المهام اللي المفروض تقوم فيها. القانون صدر بمرسوم سلطاني سامي في منتصف 2023، ومن هناك بدأت رحلة تأسيس الشركات وبدأت رحلة يعني نقل الاختصاصات لهذه الشركات المشغلة، وأيضا تم إنشاء منظم وهو مسؤول عن يعني تنظيم هذا القطاع الحيوي. كما تم أيضا يعني في خلال هذه الفترة تحديد واضع للسياسات، فتم فصل الثلاث أنشطة الرئيسية ما بين واضع سياسات ومنظم وشركات قائمة بالأمور التشغيلية. تبع ذلك بعض الإجراءات، وهي يعني بعد إصدار القانون تم أيضا إصدار الترخيص لكل شركة تقوم بأي نشاط خاضع للتنظيم، ومن خلال هذا الترخيص أدرنا العلاقة مع جميع المشغلين والمرخصين لتقديم هذه الخدمات في سلطنة عمان. انتقلنا بعد ذلك لإصدار الأطر التنظيمية واللوائح، وكانت هذه الأطر التنظيمية واللوائح هي بداية إلزام هذه الشركات ببعض المعايير اللي تضمن مستوى خدمة للمشتركين أو المواطنين. فكانت الأطر التنظيمية تغطي مجالات هامة بالنسبة لهذا القطاع الحيوي، فغطت أشياء متعلقة أول شيء بمصالح المشتركين وخدمات المشتركين، وتم وضع المعايير لذلك. كما تم أيضا استحداث لائحة لجودة المياه، لأن هذا موضوع هام جدا بالنسبة لنا، ولائحة أيضا لتحديد مواصفات مياه الشرب واللي هي جزء من الإطار التنظيمي. ما أغفلنا أيضا من ضمن هذه اللوائح المتعلقة بالأمن والسلامة في تنفيذ المشاريع، وكان لها جانب كبير أيضا من يعني التنظيم لهذه الشركات. فالرحلة بدأت من إصدار القانون وإصدار التراخيص وإعادة الهيكلة، ومن ثم تم إصدار اللوائح اللي يعني من خلالها نقدر ندير هذه الشركات وعلاقتها مع المشترك وتقديمها لمستوى الخدمة المطلوب.
شكرا لك. طبعا أنت ذكرت جودة المياه، بالمناسبة دول مجلس التعاون يعني المياه المحلى تعتبر من أعلى المعايير الدولية في من ناحية جودة المياه.
صحيح.
فلذلك ترى يعني لو نشرب من الصنبور ترى الأمور طيبة يعني.
هذا اللي يصير في أغلب الأحيان.
شكرا لك، شكرا. ننتقل لسعادة الدكتور عبد العزيز الشيباني. دكتور، يعني السؤال واضح اللي هو التشريعات كيف تشوفونها؟
صحيح. شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا لكم دكتور محمد، وشكر للزملاء المنظمين لهذا المؤتمر. أولا دول الخليج تتشابه إلى حد كبير صراحة في نقطتين رئيسية. أولا تتشابه في أنها دول تقع في منطقة جافة شحيحة المياه، الإجهاد المائي عالي، ترتيبها متقدم في مؤشر الإجهاد المائي العالمي، يعني بعضها رقم 1 بعضها رقم 8، بس أنا أعتبرها كلها الأول مكرر. لقرب يعني أرقام هذا المؤشر في دول الخليج، لا يوجد مياه سطحية بمعنى الكلمة، لا يوجد أنهار دائمة، تعتمد على المياه الجوفية غير متجددة، وتعتمد على المياه غير التقليدية، يمكن باستثناء المملكة العربية السعودية وعمان يوجد مياه متجددة وهطول أمطار في مناطق محدودة من كلا الدولتين، ويوجد حصاد مياه أمطار يدخل في سلسلة الإمداد. صراحة في المملكة يعني إدارة المياه في المملكة قديمة منذ نشأة المملكة. انشئت وزارة الزراعة والمياه، وكالة المياه انشئت عام 1961 وهي مستمرة في إدارة المياه في المملكة. تعرفون المملكة قارة، دولة بحجم قارة مترامية الأطراف، تنوع جغرافي، تنوع تضاريس، فلذلك يعني إدارة المياه تمت في الماضي بالأدوات والممكنات الموجودة. يعني أنا ذكرت نقطتين تشابه بين دول الخليج، نسيت أن أذكر النقطة الأخرى اللي هي التنمية الاقتصادية. دول الخليج أيضا تشترك في أن لديها تنمية اقتصادية بعضها متسارعة، لكن صراحة العام 2016 يمكن علامة فارقة في تاريخ إدارة المياه في المملكة، اللي هي انضمام البيئة والمياه والزراعة تحت وزارة واحدة، ثم أتت الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه بعد رؤية المملكة، واستقت من رؤية المملكة الأهداف الوطنية العليا، قيمت التحديات، قيمت الوضع الراهن في القطاع، قدرت الاستهلاكات المختلفة للزراعة والصناعة وغيرها، ثم وضعت خارطة طريق. وهذا صراحة ساعد كثير على إدارة المياه في المملكة من برامج ومبادرات الاستراتيجية. وضوح الأدوار في قطاع المياه، يعني في الماضي كان فيه نماذج مختلفة، كانت مصالح مياه وصرف صحي، ثم صارت مديريات مياه أو فروع لوزارة المياه، ثم مديريات مياه، ثم يعني أعطي هذا الصلاحية إلى شركة المياه الوطنية، فمرت بنماذج مختلفة. لكن منذ إطلاق الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه صارت يعني أعيد هيكلة القطاع على كامل سلسلة الإمداد، فيه وضوح في الأدوار، في الإنتاج والنقل والتوزيع، أيضا في التنظيم. صدر نظام المياه هو نظام شامل يشمل المصادر ويشمل الخدمات. المصادر تتولى وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة، وتنظيم سلسلة الخدمات تتولى الهيئة السعودية للمياه. أيضا يعني تركز وتؤكد الاستراتيجية على الشفافية وعلى إدخال القطاع الخاص في إدارة أو مشاريع سلسلة الإمداد. من الأمور أيضا يعني إذا أخذنا نظام المياه وكل اللوائح الخاصة بنظام المياه فيما يتعلق بالمصادر، حفر الآبار، تقديم الخدمة إلى آخره، وضع لها لوائح واشتراطات وضوابط، سواء في الجانب المصادر أو في جانب الخدمات. هذا أيضا نظم كثيرا، وضح الرؤية. من الأمور المهمة أيضا ما أدري إذا كان ينطبق عليه كلمة سياسات، لكنه من الأمور اللي تنفذها الوزارة ومنظومة قطاع المياه اللي هي خطة العرض والطلب. مهم جدا أنه يكون في رؤية، وهذه الخطة طويلة الأمد إلى العام 2050 تخطط لطلبات المياه أو تجمع وتقدر طلبات المياه لأكثر من 14,000 تجمع سكاني في المملكة، وتحول هذا الطلب إلى مشاريع تقابلها إنتاج أو نقل أو توزيع أو خزن. فهذا أيضا من الأمور اللي ساهمت وستساهم إن شاء الله تعالى في الصمود قطاع المياه مع التغيرات اللي أنت ذكرتها، وهي تغيرات تنموية. يعني معالي رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمياه في كلمته هذا الصباح ذكر أنه قطاع المياه هو ممكن اقتصادي مهم. لا يمكن أن يكون هناك تنمية اقتصادية أو مجتمعية إلا والمياه دور فيها، يعني يتعدى كونه كوموديتي أو خدمة إلى ممكن اقتصادي كبير. ولذلك المياه واستدامتها وصمودها وأمن إمدادها يلعب دور كبير جدا في التنمية. شكرا.
طبعا نحب نبارك للمملكة العربية السعودية اختيارها من قبل الأمم المتحدة في هذا العام كأفضل نموذج عالمي في تسريع الهدف السادس للمياه، وهذا يعني شيء مفرح لنا. ودائما يعني التقدم دول مجلس التعاون في المحافل الدولية هذه من الأمور التي دائما يعني نفخر بها، وهذا ما أتى إلا من جهود أكيد تنظيمية ورغبة يعني طموحة لدى القيادة. شكرا لك دكتور عبد العزيز، وراح نرجع لك إن شاء الله بإذن الله. بنتقل للأخ سعادة الأخ فهد ضفيري، وكيل قطاع التشغيل وصيانة المياه بدولة الكويت. دكتور فهد، مهندس فهد، طبعا كيف تشوف التشريعات يعني ساهمت في هذا؟ واكيد دولة الكويت لديها تشريعات في مواضيع المياه.
صحيح. اولا اشكرك دكتور محمد لاتاحة الفرصة لي، واشكر الحضور الكريم لإلقاء الضوء فيما يخص اللي هو بعض اللي هو الأسئلة للمهتمين بالنسبة اللي هو لشؤون المياه. فيما يخص اللي هو التشريعات، هناك عدة تشريعات تعتمد عليها اللي هو وزارة الكهرباء والماء والطاقة المتجددة فيما يخص اللي هو حماية اللي هو إمدادات المياه، وكذلك حماية اللي هو مصادر اللي هو المياه. أما فيما يخص اللي هو حماية اللي هو الشبكة المائية والمنظومة المائية، عندنا قانون اللي هو الضبطية القضائية يعمل حاليا ويعطي اللي هو صفة الضبطية القضائية لموظفين ذوي خبرة لمنع التعدي وهدر اللي هو المياه والحفاظ على اللي هو المياه أو الاستخدام الرشيد. كذلك عندنا قانون اللي هو حماية البيئة تحت اللي هو الهيئة العامة للبيئة، يضمن اللي هو سلامة مصادر اللي هو المياه سواء البحرية أو الجوفية، كذلك اللي هو بالنسبة لخطوط اللي هو الإنتاج. وهذا القانون يعني أسهم إسهام كبير في يعني الحفاظ على اللي هو المصادر اللي هو الطبيعية عن طريق اللي هو بعض اللي هو الفرق الميدانية اللي تنزل على المواقع وتتأكد اللي هو من سلامة اللي هو مصادر المياه. كذلك اللي هو بعض اللي هو التشريعات اللي تخص اللي هو يعني اللي تدعم الموارد المائية. عندنا قانون اللي هو الشراكة، القانون الشراكة يكون فيه إتاحة الفرصة للقطاع الخاص للمشاركة مع الحكومة في تنفيذ مشاريع تخص اللي هو الطاقة والماء وبنفس الوقت بكفاءة عالية. صراحة عندنا أكثر من التشريعات تحاول يعني تدعم صمود اللي هو القطاع المياه في ظل اللي هو التغيرات. كذلك اللي هو الآن في صدد اللي هو دراسة شرائح المستهلكين لتقنين اللي هو الاستهلاك والاستخدام الرشيد للمياه. هذا اللي يحضرني الآن دكتور محمد.
كفيت وفيت طبعا. شكرا لك. ننتقل لسعادة الأخ المهندس إبراهيم الكعبي. طبعا مملكة البحرين يمكن من أوائل الدول في مجلس التعاون اللي يعني كان عندها اتجاه لحوكمة أو قطاع الخاص أو كذا. فكيف تشوف التشريعات أبو عبد العزيز في موضوع صمود هذا القطاع الحيوي، وأنتم الآن ما شاء الله كل يوم في تطور؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مشكور دكتور على السؤال، والشكر لكل القائمين على المؤتمر الناجح بإذن الله. طبعا بالنسبة حق مملكة البحرين في هذا المجال اتخذت خطوة مهمة جدا دكتور في 2023. الخطوة المهمة هذه هو إعادة تشكيل مجلس الموارد المائية.
هذا بعد إقرار الاستراتيجية.
نعم.
أوكي.
تم تفعيل المجلس، والمجلس عبارة عن جهة حكومية عليا. يرأس المجلس معالي نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، وعدد أعضائه من الوزراء المعنيين بالمياه والبيئة والتجارة والصناعة، وكذلك هيئة المعلومات والحكومة الإلكترونية. فالتنسيق بين هؤلاء الأعضاء أدى فعلا إلى وضع سياسات مائية حديثة جدا، ووضع تشريعات وقوانين للمحافظة على المياه، وخاصة المياه الجوفية. المياه الجوفية في مملكة البحرين هي عبارة عن خيار استراتيجي ومخزون استراتيجي للطوارئ في مملكة البحرين، والمصدر الأساسي لمياه الشرب والاستخدام المنزلي هو مياه التحلية. طبعا حدثوا القوانين اللي تلزم الحين أن الاستخدامات الري لازم من مياه صرف صحي معالجة. كل هذه القوانين ساهمت بشكل كبير في المحافظة على الموارد المائية وفي المحافظة على استدامة المياه في مملكة البحرين.
شكرا لك. طبعا هذا يقودنا للسؤال الثاني، ببدأ فيك بعدين برجع اللي هو أكيد أنه هناك تحديات في التنسيق بين الجهات الحكومية لما تصير هناك إعادة هيكلة أو إعادة تشكيل للنظام، هناك فيها تواجه بعض التحديات بالتنسيق. طبعا من واقع خبرتكم أبو عبد العزيز، يعني شنو أبرز التحديات اللي واجهتوها في حوكمة المياه أو تغلبتوا عليها مثلا؟
طبعا تغلبنا على هذه التحديات بإنشاء مكتب استراتيجي يتبع وزير شؤون الكهرباء والماء، وأعضائه مختصين من مياه معالجة الصرف الصحي، من تحلية المياه، من المياه الجوفية، فممثلين من كل قطاع. هذه المكتب ساهم بشكل كبير في التنسيق بين المختصين في مختلف الجهات.
شكرا. طبعا دكتور نفس السؤال اللي طرحناه للأخ إبراهيم الكعبي، مهندس إبراهيم سعادته، أنه يعني كيف استطعتم مواجهة التحديات بين الجهات الحكومية؟ تعرف هناك مثلا جهات متشاركة في المياه، زراعة، بيئة، أشغال مثلا. إيش التحديات اللي واجهتوها في حوكمة هذا القطاع؟ كيف تم تعزيز التكامل بين الجهات هذه لتحسين الاستدامة والجاهزية؟ يعني
هو دكتور التحديات هذه تبدأ أو بدأت معنا في سلطنة عمان قبل إعادة الهيكلة، من في فترة يعني إعداد القانون وإعداد الاستراتيجية لإعادة الهيكلة. ومن خلال هذه المرحلة بدأنا في تعريف الأدوار القانونية لكل جهة. بعد يعني إصدار القانون وإقراره بيكون التحدي هو التأكد من قيام كل جهة بالدور اللي مطلوب منها. فتحصل بعض الجهات بعدها ما واضح بالنسبة لها إيش الدور المفروض لعبه في هذا الهيكل يعني المحدث للقطاع الحيوي مثل قطاع المياه. وهذا التحدي يتطلب أن يكون في بعض الأطر التنظيمية واللوائح اللي تحدد وتفسر وتعرف أكثر لكل يعني مرتكز من المرتكزات وكل جهة مسؤولة إيش الدور اللي المفروض تقوم فيه. في بعض الأحيان بعض الجهات يعني تظن إعادة الهيكلة هذه نقلت بعض الاختصاصات لجهات أخرى، ولكن مثل ما ذكرت التعريف في القانون والتعريف في اللوائح لدور واختصاصات كل جهة هو هذا اللي بيساعد إن مع تطبيق إعادة الهيكلة كل الجهات تبدأ تشتغل في تناغم ويكون كل جهة على دراية وعلى علم بالدور اللي تقوم فيه.
شكرا لك. دكتور عبد العزيز.
نعم.
طبعا هناك تحديات طبعا بعد ما تم إقرار استراتيجية المملكة العربية السعودية للمياه، هي قررت في 2018.
صحيح.
2018 طبعا، استراتيجية طبعا واعدة، وانشأ عندكم قانون للمياه أو نظام المياه.
صحيح.
كيف يعني التحديات اللي واجهتوها، وكيف قدرتوا مثلا تسيطرون على أي؟
طيب تحدي التكامل أو تحدي التشتت
نعم.
صراحة في إدارة الموارد المائية يكاد يكون عالمي. في عام 2020 عندما استضافت المملكة مجموعة ال20 تولت الوزارة، وزارة البيئة والزراعة، بعض مسارات العمل منها مسار المياه. تفاجأنا صراحة أنه المياه تدار من عدة جهات في دول العالم. أحيانا بعض الدول ما تعرف من يعني من تتعامل معه. يعني في بعض الدول 4 جهات وبعضها أكثر من 4 جهات. شيء يتعلق بالبنية التحتية، شيء يتعلق بالمصادر كموارد طبيعية، شيء يتعلق بجودة المياه فينتقل لوزارة الصحة وهكذا. وهذا أنا أعتقد أنها تحدي كبير في المملكة. يعني التحدي كان قائم وموجود. الاستراتيجية عندما أتت حددت التحديات. واحد من التحديات هو تعدد الجهات اللي تتولى مواضيع المياه، فكان الحل هو أن تنضوي كل الجهات تحت منظومة واحدة تتكامل فيما بينها. هذا النموذج اللي في المملكة العربية السعودية، يعني بعض الضيوف الموجودين الآن أتوا من دول أخرى يذكرون أنه يكاد يكون مثالي، ويندر وجوده في دول أخرى. يعني منظومة واحدة تتولى المياه أو قطرة الماء من يوم تكون مصدر أو في المصادر على طول سلسلة الإمداد، ثم إعادة الاستخدام، ثم التنظيم، ثم القطاع الخاص والتمويل. فهذا يعني أتى كحل لتحدي موجود. أيضا طبيعة الأنظمة وصدورها في المملكة يضمن لك تكامل الجهات. يعني فيه أي نظام أو أي لائحة أو أي سياسة جديدة يحيلها مجلس الوزراء أو مركز الحكومة إلى هيئة الخبراء. هيئة الخبراء هي المكان اللي يلتقي فيه كل القطاعات اللي لها علاقة. فأنت تضمن ابتداء أنه كل الجهات اللي لها علاقة أو حتى لو علاقة بسيطة تكون موجودة، وجهة نظرها تؤخذ في الاعتبار، وفي موائمة كبيرة بين القطاعات المختلفة. أيضا إذا نظرت للاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه تجد أنه وقت إعداد الاستراتيجية أدخل تقريبا كل الجهات في على الأقل في البرين ستورمينج، في الاجتماعات ورش العمل والنقاشات حول التحديات والحلول، سواء الجهات المستخدمة، الجهات المنظمة، الجهات القطاعية الأخرى، المكون الاقتصادي والمالي، القطاع الخاص. يعني هذا إجابة لكيفية التعامل مع تحدي تعدد الجهات. وطبعا يعني قد يكون التحدي مستمر ترى. يعني الآن فيه عدة جهات. بعض الناس في المملكة ما يعرف أنه فيه الهيئة السعودية للمياه هي منظم لسلسلة الخدمات. ما زال يأتي الوزارة والعكس صحيح. فأيضا ما زال فيه وقت أيضا، وما زال فيه حاجة إلى إيضاح بعض الأدوار، لكنه أنا أتوقع أنه في حد الأدنى إن شاء الله.
لا يعني بالعكس نموذج يعني من النماذج الناجحة، واعتقد انه يعني ان شاء الله سيؤتي ثماره. طبعا سعاده المهندس فهد، طبعا دوله الكويت يعني عده جهات تتشارك في المياه. يعني هل هناك مثلا تحديات تواجهونها؟ يعني وزاره الكهرباء هي المنتج وايضا الزراعه وايضا البيئه، فكيف يعني التحديات هذه تواجهونها؟
دكتور، الحين المصادر المائية مقسمة عندنا على وزارتين، وزارة الأشغال فيما يخص
الصوت إيه
اسمعني؟
إيه.
وزارة الأشغال فيما يخص اللي هو المياه المعالجة الثلاثية والرباعية، وعندنا في وزارة اللي هو الكهرباء والماء والطاقة المتجددة معنية في مياه الشرب، مياه قليلة الملوحة، والمياه المقطرة للأغراض الصناعية. فمن أبرز اللي هو التحديات اللي قاعد نواجهها، خاصة في ظل اللي هو الظروف البيئية وقلة المصادر اللي هو الطبيعية بالنسبة اللي هو المياه، والاعتماد يعني بنسبة عالية من اللي هو تحلية مياه البحر وبعض اللي هو المياه الجوفية، يشكل تحدي كبير بالنسبة للوزارة، كون اللي هو يعني في تسارع عمراني وزيادة طلب للمياه، وكذلك اللي هو إدارة تشغيلية للشبكات اللي هو المائية، ف يعني الموضوع شوي يعني
في طور
في تنسيق مع الجهات الأخرى في تدليل اللي هو العقبات، ونحاول أن بكثر ما نقدر أن نلبي اللي هو الاحتياجات بدون أي تقصير للمواطنين والمقيمين.
بننتقل الحين للسؤال الثالث. بدينا معك أبو عبد العزيز. طبعا السؤال الثالث اللي هو كما تعلمون الآن هو عصر مثلا ثورة يعني الذكاء الصناعي، التقنيات الحديثة طبعا أصبحت استخداماتها عنصر أساسي في تحسين الكفاءة، سواء في الإنتاج أو في التشغيل أو في إدارة الشبكات. نحن على سبيل المثال في الأمان العام مجلس التعاون بدينا تعاون مع جامعة الخليج العربي، وهي جامعة نعتبرها يعني ذراع أكاديمي وبحثي لتقديم برنامج في الأمن المائي. في قبل يعني شهر كان هناك برنامج تدريبي لاستخدامات الذكاء الصناعي وتحسينه في أداء المنظومة المائية، وهم بعد يعني الإخوان في الهيئة طبقوا هذا البرنامج. كيف إلى مدى دكتور منصور تشوف أنه أسهمت هذه التقنيات مثل الذكاء الصناعي أو المراقبة الذكية سمارت ميترينج وإعادة الاستخدام في تحسين الأداء في سلطنة عمان؟ يعني أكيد لديكم تجارب في هذا الموضوع.
أكيد دكتور، وشكرا. أعتقد سؤال مهم جدا، وأعتقد هذا واحد من أهم الممكنات للأطر التنظيمية اللي تشتغل عليها هيئة يعني التنظيم معنا في سلطنة عمان. إدخال التكنولوجيا، إدخال الابتكار، إدخال التقنيات الحديثة، هذا جانب مهم جدا لرفع الكفاءة والتأكد من إيصال الخدمة بأفضل جودة لجميع المشتركين. فمعنا في السلطنة كان في يعني الكثير من المبادرات، ولكن أهمها كان التحول إلى العدادات الذكية. وهذا ما جاء إلا يعني بأطر تنظيمية واضحة، بممكنات تنظيمية واقتصادية ساعدت الشركات المشغلة في البدء في تطبيق هذه التقنيات. أيضا يعني بالنسبة لنا كمنظم هذه يعني أو هذا المشروع، بالإضافة إلى مشروع أنظمة يعني التحكم في الشبكات السكادة، هذه أيضا ساعدت كثيرا في تجميع البيانات المطلوبة. وأساس العمل التنظيمي مبني على دقة البيانات اللي تصل إلى المنظم من الشركات المشغلة. فبنشوف أن يعني التقنيات ساعدت كثيرا في إيجاد قاعدة البيانات اللي تمكن المنظم من اتخاذ القرارات اللي تصب في مصلحة القطاع بالكامل، وأيضا في مصلحة المشتركين. فبكل تأكيد يعني الحوافز التنظيمية اللي تقوم يعني بإدخالها الهيئة للتحول في عمل الشركات لإدخال التقنيات يعتبر واحد من أهم الممكنات اللي تساعد في تطوير هذه القطاعات. وبكل تأكيد هذا بيساعد أن نرى مؤشرات جودة المياه ترتفع، مؤشرات المتعلقة بفاقد المياه تتحسن كثيرا، فنرى أن القطاع بالكامل يبدأ يتحرك في الاتجاه الصحيح بناء على بعض البيانات الهامة اللي تم تجميعها من خلال إدخال التقنيات الحديثة.
شكرا دكتور. طبعا ما شاء الله المملكة يعني تحول رقمي كبير في المنطقة احتذى به. كيف تشوف هذه التقنيات يعني ساعدت؟
الحمد لله. أعود مرة أخرى للاستراتيجية ونظام المياه، كلها تدعو وتشجع وتضع في البرامج وتضع في المبادرات التحول الرقمي، التطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، الأنظمة الذكية بصفة عامة، سمارت ووتر جريد يعني على كامل سلسلة الإمداد. والوزارة والجهات يعني في قطاع المياه منطلقة في هذا التطبيق. أنا بذكر مثال واحد، ولكن في أمثلة كثيرة عند زملائنا في الهيئة السعودية للمياه، في شركة المياه الوطنية، في المؤسسة العامة للري، وفي غيرها من الجهات، مبادرين إلى استخدام تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي وغيره والاستشعار عن بعد. عندنا في الوزارة مركز معلومات المياه، في عدة منصات سواء خاصة بالعرض والطلب، منصات للمخاطر، ولكن في منصة يعني أحدثت فرق صراحة، وهي منصة استدامة مصادر المياه. هذه منصة رقمية تصل البيانات آنياً إلى مركز معلومات المياه في الوزارة، وهدفها هو طبعاً استدامة مصادر المياه. احنا سميناها حافظ للمحافظة والتشجيع على المحافظة على مصادر المياه، لكن هي تهدف إلى ضبط الوصول إلى المياه الجوفية والسطحية وضبط استخدامها واستخراجها. فمثلا الحفارات كانت أكبر مشكلة تواجه قطاع المياه وتطبيق نظام المياه في المملكة هو الحفارات العشوائية والحفر العشوائي اللي يحفر إلى طبقات مختلفة ويخلط الطبقات مع بعض. وهي مثل ما يذكر زميلنا المهندس متعب، ما أدري موجود، هي أداة الجريمة. يعني جهاز الحفر أو الحفارات المتنقلة العشوائية هي فعلا أداة المخالفة الرئيسية، والمملكة ما شاء الله يعني مساحتها شاسعة وصعب أنك تغطيها بفرق تفتيش ومراقبة. فطبقنا يعني ثبتنا شرائح على كل الحفارات،
كل أجهزة تحفر للماء يعني.
نعم، هي أجهزة حفر للمياه للآبار. يعني وضعنا عليها شرائح، هذه الشرائح تنقل مكان موقع الحفار في أي وقت. المفروض أنه الحفار يكون ثابت، يكون في موقع واحد اللي هو المؤسسة أو الشركة أو الفرد اللي يقوم بهذا النشاط، وإذا انتقل المفروض أنه ينتقل إلى بئر مرخصة، فنربط بين حركة الحفار ووجود رخصة حفر بير وبعد ذلك رخصة استخدام. فهذه البيانات تنقل مباشرة للوزارة لمركز معلومات المياه، وفيه مراقبة جيدة وفيه بلاغات تعتمد يعني على هذه الشرائح. أيضا يعني فيه ركبنا عدادات يمكن 7000 عداد، صعب أيضا تغطي كل الآبار، لكن استهدفنا الشركات الكبيرة اللي تستهلك ما يقارب 80% من يعني تستهلك 80% من الاستهلاك السنوي للمياه الجوفية. أيضا هذه عليها عدادات بمواصفات معينة، سواء بمواصفات الوزارة أو الوزارة اللي تركبها إذا كان ما هي من الشركات، مربوط بها ناقل بيانات وترانسميتر أو لاجر ينقل البيانات إلى النظام في الوزارة. وهذا آنيا أيضا يعطينا فكرة عن كمية المياه المستخدمة، يعطينا فكرة عن تشغيل الآبار. طبقنا أيضا طريقة استشعار عن بعد في تقدير كميات السحب. أيضا هناك منصة اسمها الشبكة الهيدرولوجية، وهي تنقل بيانات آنية من آبار المراقبة في أكثر من 400 بئر موزعة في الطبقات المختلفة، ونهدف إلى التوسع فيها أيضا على السدود وعلى مواقع مختلفة، تنقل بيانات السدود وبيانات الآبار. هذا مثال فقط واحد من الأمثلة التي تقوم فيها منظومة المياه لتطبيق إنترنت الأشياء، تطبيق أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي، تطبيق التحول الرقمي والذكاء، أيضا الأنظمة الذكية في يعني كفاءة مراقبة المياه. بالمناسبة هذه المنصة فازت قبل حوالي يمكن شهر أو أقل بالمركز الأول في المملكة في الحكومة الرقمية، ما شاء الله، على 135 يعني جهة، والحمد لله.
شكرا دكتور. فعلا يعني التقنيات هذه سهلت المراقبة، صحيح. سهلت وصول للمعلومات بشكل يعني سريع، وهذه ما أتت إلا بفضل جهود يعني طيبة تقوم بها المملكة العربية السعودية ممثلة بوزارة. دكتور مهندس أبو نواف، كيف تشوف التطبيقات الذكية في دولة الكويت ممثلة بوزارة الكهرباء والمياه والطاقة المجددة؟ يعني لديكم خبرة أعتقد في تركيب أجهزة ذكية حول ذلك.
الدكتور في في وزارتنا عدة قطاعات من ضمنها اللي هو محطات القوة وتقطير المياه. في محطات اللي هو القوة يستخدم اللي هو الرقابة والتحكم في نفس الوقت، يعني مو فقط اللي هو المراقبة والتحكم مباشرة في لتحسين الأداء ورفع الكفاءة، وكذلك اللي هو لضمان موثوقية اللي هو التشغيل للمنظومة بشكل عام. فيما يخص اللي هو الشبكات المائية وإدارة اللي هو الموارد، الوزارة في صدد اللي هو العمل على رقمنة هذا القطاع، وكذلك اللي هو رصد اللي هو فواقد المياه وزيادة كفاءة اللي هو الشبكة. كذلك اللي هو ممكن يعطينا تنبؤ في مدى كفاءة الشبكات والفترة الزمنية اللي نحتاج أن نبدأ في تطويرها أو تحديثها في نفس الوقت. وفيما يخص اللي هو الذكاء الصناعي، يوجد فريق يتولى اللي هو مهام اللي هو الذكاء الصناعي أو حلول الذكاء الصناعي في صدد اللي هو دراسة ومدى الاستفادة بناء على التجارب اللي هو العالمية الناجحة.
بالمناسبة في الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله في دولة الكويت يعني هناك فعالية تنظمها الأمانة العامة بالتعاون مع مؤسسة الكويت التقدم العلمي ومعهد الأبحاث عن استخدامات الذكاء الصناعي في الموارد المائية. هناك خبراء طبعا ومشاركين من جميع الدول، يشرفنا طبعا حضوركم. أبو عبد العزيز، مملكة البحرين
طبعا. دكتور، في مملكة البحرين استثمرنا الكثير في البنية التحتية الذكية.
نعم.
فمثلا عدادات المياه الميكانيكية تم استبدالها بالكامل إلى عدادات ذكية. كذلك تم تدشين غرف تحكم حديثة للتحكم عن بعد بكل عمليات التشغيل في شبكات النقل والتوزيع. أيضا وجود قاعدة معلومات مائية يشرف عليها مجلس الموارد المائية بيسهل كثير ان احنا نستخدم كل تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي اللي لها علاقة بتحليل البيانات ومراقبة الجودة ومراقبة الفاقد في المياه. مؤخرا دكتور تعاقدنا مع شركة دولية ترصد التسربات من بواسطة الساتلايت والدرونز. فكل هذه المعلومات بتشبك إن شاء الله مع غرف التحكم الحديثة وبتسهل عملية استخدام تطبيقات الذكاء الصناعي إن شاء الله.
أنا أشوف باقي دقيقة، قبل شوي طفت الشاشة فما عرفنا الوقت كم. فطبعا ودنا نصل الختام يعني إذا سمحتوا لنا، بس إذا طلبنا من كل متحدث يعني تحديد أولوية واحدة، يعني كيف ترون ما هي أهم الخطوات اللي يجب أن تتخذها الدول مجلس خلال السنوات الخمس القادمة لتعزيز الأمن المائي؟ نبدأ معك دكتور.
شكرا دكتور. أعتقد يعني إذا نركز على شيء كدول مجلس التعاون، أعتقد في الفترة القادمة المحتوى المحلي والتصنيع اللي يعني أغلب المعدات يعني المستخدمة في قطاع المياه، هذا أعتقد خيار استراتيجي ضروري التركيز عليه، لأن أعتقد يعني الظروف اللي نشوفها الحالية والمستقبلية تتطلب أن يكون معنا موارد يعني داخل دول مجلس التعاون لتصنيع وتوطين الصناعات.
دكتور عبد العزيز، يعني الأولويات اللي ترونها في خلال 5 سنوات القادمة يعني كيف؟
والله صراحة يمكن صعب الجزم بأولوية واحدة صراحة، لكن طبعا موضوع المياه موضوع ديناميكي والتحديات فيه تغير، فيمكن نتكلم عن أكثر من أولوية يعني، وهذا يمكن يصدق في كل دول الخليج، وأهمية المرونة والصمود بحكم مواردنا المائية المحدودة واعتمادنا على مصادر غير تقليدية اللي في الأساس التحلية، وهي خيار استراتيجي لكل دول مجلس التعاون. فمن الأهمية يعني المراجعة الدورية تقييم التحديات مرة أخرى. أيضا بما أن التحلية هي خيار استراتيجي وكل الدول وهي مكلفة يعني، فمن المهم العمل على خفض التكاليف والكفاءة العالية، الكفاءة في كل التكاليف، الاعتماد على الابتكار. يعني هذا مؤتمر الابتكار، وفي أفكار جديدة كثيرة، والابتكار لا يعني فقط منتجات تكنولوجية أو تقنية، الابتكار يعني الابتكار في السياسات، الابتكار في طريقة التفكير، في الإدارة، في بدائل التمويل. فمهم جدا الاعتماد على الابتكار في كثير من أدوات الإدارة. أخيرا يمكن أهمية المحافظة على المياه الجوفية غير المتجددة كمخزون استراتيجي قدر المستطاع.
مهندس ونواف، كيف تشوف الأولوية لديكم في دولة الكويت مثلا، أو لتعزيز الأمن المائي؟ لديكم توسع أكيد في الإنتاج.
أعيد السؤال دكتور مرة ثانية.
طبعا كيف تشوف، يعني لو قلنا اختار أولوية واحدة تحددونها، طبعا شنو أهم خطوة يجب أن تتخذها مثلا دول المجلس أو دولة الكويت خلال السنوات القادمة لتعزيز الأمن المائي؟
والله الأولوية اللي فعلا أتمنى أنها يعني نكرس جميع الجهود.
نعم.
أن يكون فيه ربط ثنائي خليجي.
نعم.
وتنويع المصادر المياه.
نعم.
وهذا الوضع يفرض علينا يعني تضافر الجهود كدول مجلس تعاون.
نعم.
لأن تحسبا لأي سيناريو مستقبلي، خاصة بالفترة الأخيرة، يمكن أثناء فترة اللي هو الطوارئ اللي عاشتها دول الخليج، أنه يكون في تنوع المصادر وفي غرفة عمليات للطوارئ، بحيث يكون فيه يعني استقرار لإمدادات المياه بين الدول وبعض بعض. لأن أي دولة من الدول لا قدر الله تتأثر الدولة.
طبعا هناك يعني فرق تعمل حاليا في وتدرس موضوع الربط الثنائي بين دول المجلس، وهذا أتى بتوجيه من أصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول مجلس التعاون. هنا أبو عبد العزيز إذا عندك ختم.
طبعا بالنسبة للربط المائي بين دول الخليج، طبعا في مبادرة مهمة جدا، وهي الربط الثنائي بين مملكة البحرين والمملكة العربية السعودية. هذه المبادرة يتم متابعتها من قبل أعلى المستويات، نظرا لأن تمت الموافقة عليها في القمة 2016 في قمة صخير بمملكة البحرين. فالمشروع بيكون إن شاء الله مد خطوط نقل مياه عبر البحر، كل خط 1000 مليمتر قطرة وطوله 40 كيلومتر، سعة كل خط 30 مليون جالون في اليوم. فالربط الثنائي بين مملكة البحرين والمملكة العربية السعودية بيكون إن شاء الله هو الركيزة والأساس للربط الخليجي الجماعي.
أكيد إن شاء الله دول المجلس إن شاء الله حذو يعني وتربط، يعني تشوف إمكانية الربط بينها. شكرا لكم أصحاب السعادة على وجودكم اليوم. طبعا قدم المتحدثين رؤى مهمة تعكس عمق الخبرة والتجارب الخليجية في قطاع المياه، وتأكد لنا أن التحديات مشتركة كما أن الفرص مشتركة، وأن المستقبل المائي يعتمد على تعزيز الحوكمة، تطوير التشريعات، الاستثمار في التقنيات الحديثة، وأهم من ذلك تعزيز التعاون الخليجي المشترك في قطاع المياه. بالنيابة عنكم جميعا نتقدم بالشكر لأصحاب السعادة المتحدثين ولمنظمي هذا المنتدى ولكل من ساهم في نجاح هذه الجلسة، وشكرا لكم جميعا إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم.
شكرا جزيلا لكم على هذا الإثراء. شكرا على مشاركة كافة تجارب دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. اكتسح هذا أو هذا المسرح وهذه المنصة البياض، وهو بياض المستقبل بإذن الله مع الابتكارات ومع استدامة المياه. ربما يعني تضافرت التجربة من عمان، كذلك أيضا من الكويت وصولا إلى قطر والبحرين وغيرها من دول الخليج، بأن المحتوى المحلي والربط الثنائي هي من الأولويات القصوى لعمل الخليج في قطاع المياه. من دول الخليج إلى تجربة للقطاع الخاص في المملكة العربية السعودية. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to a fireside chat. How Saudi's private sector is driving global investment in water infrastructure. Our guest in this chat will be Mr. Khalid Al-Midbil. He is a VP of Business Development in Saudi Arabia at Aqua Power. And the moderator will be Muhammad Al-Yusuf, Executive Director for Business Development and Growth in Saudi Water Partnerships Company.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Honored Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon and welcome. It's a pleasure to be with you at one of the large and to be as a moderator for this session on how Saudi private sector is driving global investment at the large water event, the Innovation-Driven Water Sustainability, to explore together about the water market and update technology, where we are gathering the leaders, experts, and inverters to discuss the future of the global water sector. Our guest today is one of the Saudi leaders in the power and water with more than 12 years of experience, leader major business development, and prepare the competitive bid, built a strong partnership with international stakeholders. Currently, he is a VP of Aqua Power. Please join me welcoming Mr. Khalid Al-Midbil. Abu Abdulaziz, حياك الله.
حييك يبقيك.
Abu Abdulaziz, thank you to be with us here to discuss about the private sector and the global impact. Abu Abdulaziz, we have a lot of questions and we try to divide it into 4 sections. And allow me to start with the water sector transformation. My first question about Abdulaziz is you working in both sectors, water and power. How do you see the big change in these sectors in Saudi Arabia over the last 10 years? Floor for you, Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'm really delighted and honored to be here and be part of the sessions. The major transformation in relation to power and water, we started in Saudi by seeing different power and water projects in Saudi Arabia. Let's say the bidding process and the needs in Saudi Arabia are different than what's happening outside. We think and we believe that every country has a proper infrastructure similar to Saudi Arabia. While you have electricity, you have grid connection, you have water pipelines, where we go to countries and see basically the need of water while they don't have the electricity. So that's happening now, and it's a difficulty that we are observing in other nations and countries, and we're trying to tackle. So going from Saudi to the international market, seeing these differences is a fact that we are facing now, and we're adapting and trying to deliver the needs in other nations.
MashaAllah. Abu Abdulaziz, today we are reaching with the achievement, with the recognition, and our numbers today, we produce more than 10 million cubic meters per day. And there is a many success story. I believe today Saudi Arabia is became as a global leader in the water sector. What do you think the kingdom stand in the world map, and what is the role of our water security?
20 years ago, we started with Shuaibah. Shuaibah was the first desalination project as a private sector. And we started from there. We built our capacities and knowledge in Saudi. And we're taking that knowledge as a developer to all countries around the world. We are in 15 countries, and we're sharing these expertise with the international market from a development side. Not only that, we're seeing the Saudi Water Authority also sharing their expertise from a regulatory point of view, so that they have the entire, let's say, ecosystem to support them in relation to the water needs for these specific countries. So Saudi is becoming the market leader in desalination through its developers and through its ecosystem, that we're trying to go outside of Saudi so that they can learn from our experience.
Khalid, when you say Shuaibah as one of the examples, you mentioned it, and the Saudis, the government support, and according and alignment with the Vision 2030, I believe to be aligned with one of the purposes of the 2030 vision, to encourage the private sector to enhance, to as well develop and invest within infrastructure, both water and the assets infrastructure. Do you think this helped the private sector to grow and create a strong, attractive investment environment within Saudi Arabia?
Absolutely. Specifically for power and water, we have a proven, let's say, concept and a PPP regime in Saudi Arabia. We're seeing investors from around the world investing in Saudi Arabia. It's a solid market, robust market. The risks are identified in Saudi Arabia. We've been in 15 other countries. It's extremely difficult to compare international market with Saudi Arabia. Right. Saudi Arabia, you go for a project, they will give you the land. I mean, SWPC and the authorities. You will have the grid connection to you. You will have the permits of the environment. You have the entire value chain and all the difficulties in front of you solved by the authorities. Right. Just giving you that opportunity to develop. Unlike other international markets where you will find these difficulties, regulatory challenges, several challenges, unlike Saudi Arabia where it's much easier, it's much friendlier for the investors to come and invest in Saudi Arabia.
It's a good news for who are looking to participate and to have business water sectors within Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely.
And yes, and when you say, when we come to the water ecosystem, the value chain, start leading by MIWA, Ministry Environmental Water and Agriculture, and supervised by our regulator by SAWA, Saudi Water Authority, and as well the government support such as NCB. And we not forget the key role of Saudi Water Partnership Company to support and implement the PPP models, such as the PO and the BOT. How do you see this improve the competitiveness of Saudi Water project?
The entire stakeholders you mentioned, MIWA, Saudi Water Authority, SWPC, they share their experience not only in the desalination sector, but we see them as well in the pipeline, in the STPs, etc. So they run the process from 360 point of view. They listen from the market. They share the lesson learned from other projects so that we have full integrated solution that we can adapt. And they just don't focus only on desalination. They look at the entire ecosystem and the entire projects that they have in order to have a set of projects, and they share the knowledge sharing between these projects and the lessons learned, and check if there is any bankability point or any problem that they can solve in order to ensure that our projects in the desalination sector continues and continue being friendly to our investors.
Moving to the section 2 regarding the Saudi private sectors and the global impact. We see, mashallah, today there is many of the private companies start providing and implementing projects expanding out of the Saudi, such as Aquapower today, mashallah, as you mentioned, working with more than 15 countries. Yes, mashallah, and became as one of the Saudi success story. What is the main reason behind of the global growth?
Basically, we deliver water and electricity at the cheapest cost possible with reliability, sustainability, and we ensure availability to our clients. So that's our key drive, to ensure that we deliver these components and products at the lowest cost possible.
Do you think, Abu Abdulaziz, based on the Saudi Arabia regulation and the vision of SWBC as well the PPP framework, help the Saudi companies such as Aquapower or other company who expand their service globally, compete internationally and expand globally?
Absolutely. We're seeing countries, desalination is new for them. So as a developer working in international projects, we're sharing our expertise, the water purchase agreement, how the projects needs to be structured, how they can be bankable for investors, how the entire, let's say, chain needs to be structured in these countries. From a regulation as well point of view, don't expect that desalination is everywhere.
Right.
Unlike the power sector. Desalination, as explained by His Excellency Abu Ibrahim today morning, there is a major difference between the electricity and water. So the water sector is still niche, but I believe it's coming. We're seeing cities, capitals being moved because of water scarcity, the need of water. So we believe that it's coming, the need is coming, and therefore, as I explained previously, that knowledge sharing has to be there in order so that we adapt it in different markets.
As you mentioned, the niche of the water can be niche market and for the technology. Let me shifting to the third section, the innovation and technology, as the main topic in this forum and the biggest drive for the future growth. Abu Abdulaziz, when we talk about the technology such as the AI and the digital system, as well the automation, it's growing today more fast, and how much they can to improve the water sector today?
We're using it in our operations for predictive maintenance. Actually, it's not only about operation maintenance. We're doing it across the entire process in Aquapower, from the development side, the construction side, the operational side. Previously, we used to do things manually. Now, everything is integrated through an AI, where everything will be projected, it's an easy communication between you and the entire information available with you. Previously, we used to have these information, but it was difficult to find and allocate the needed information. Today, with AI, we can have all these information in front of you, simplified, where you can benefit from these available information to cater your need in the entire process in Aquapower.
From your background, Abu Abdulaziz, you was before working with the water and today with for the power. We know the water need energy and energy need water. How do you see between the both sector, how to be cooperated together and to reduce the cost and improve the efficiency within the water assets?
If we're talking in Saudi, we're already doing that, integrating 30 mega watt in our desalination projects, which is reducing the cost of electricity and the electricity consumption, which will ultimately reduce the levelized cost of water. So relying on renewable will drive the cost down. not only from driving the cost down, that's in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
But if you look at other regions, there is a need for a desalination plant, but there is no proper infrastructure to feed the plant with electricity. And therefore, we need to build an adjacent renewable project to feed that desalination plant. So today, they're both linked together. And we believe in Aqua that they are integrated, and we need to provide both as a combined solution.
Back again to the technology, and we'd see water and sector are in the same driver for the infrastructure. And I believe there is many of opportunity today as the byproduct until utilize it, such as the brine for the desalination, such as sludge at the wastewater. Do you think there is a potential, and what is Aqua Power plan, a future plan in this area?
Absolutely. It's an untapped, let's say, a treasure that we need to look into. Aqua Power is already working on that, exploring magnesium, sodium, several minerals that we can benefit from. In Aqua Power, we have a dedicated team in our innovation and R&D that they are looking into the brine so that we can untap these opportunities.
Moving to the last section about Abdulaziz, I know we have a lot of questions, but now we became to the financing and the partnership. And of course, these kind of projects, such as the IWP and IWPP, without not to grow without the strong financial modeling. What do you think, and as we know, the water project is need a very large, long-term finance. How Aqua Power manage this kind of challenge, and what is the best financing model implementing by Aqua Power in their project?
For the IWP projects in Saudi Arabia, we're finding a strong liquidity in the market to support the IWP's projects in Saudi Arabia. A mix of commercial banks, ECAs, IFDs. So we're exploring all the potential funding that we can access in Aqua Power in order to fund our projects in Saudi Arabia.
Regarding the financing, and when we look to the green financing, became today more common. Do you think might will be in the future as one of the required? And did Aqua Power how Aqua Power responding, and did they use it or implement it in their project?
Yes, we are using it. Look, I agree 100%. It is a need and it's a must that we need to comply with. The ESG factor is playing a major factor, and we're complying with all the requirements and needs for the green financing, and we're implementing it in our projects because that's a source of funding that we are utilizing within the company.
Moving the other part from these sections, the partnership. Today, the partnership is major role in enabling growth, local and global. And Aqua Power have a success story with the international partnership. What is the lesson learned, and what is the add value for Aqua and their partner?
We're discussing with several projects. We have plenty of projects in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia. Yes. And having these solid partners to invest in our projects in Saudi Arabia is a must for Aqua Power, and something that we look into to expand our partnership for our projects in Saudi Arabia. We rely as well with these partners to work together abroad, not only in Saudi Arabia. So having this partnership is key to continue the growth in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia.
From the partnership, and finally, How do you see, Abu Abdulaziz, the future of the water sector in Saudi Arabia? And what is the Saudi private sector, such as Aquapower or other companies, need to stay competitive locally and globally?
We need to continue exploring new technologies. If you look at the technology 10, 20 years ago, Saudi was focusing on thermal. Nowadays, we're relying on RO. We just need to ensure that we are coping with the new technology, continue our commitment to deliver water and electricity at the lowest cost, and keep up with the requirements and the needs that are required to develop our projects.
We came to the end, Abu Abdulaziz. Thank you, Mr. Khalid, to great and insightful discussion. And thank you for everyone to joining. And we hope show that Saudi Arabia and the private sector are shaping the future global water infrastructure. Thank you all.
يعطيك العافية. ما قصرت. بيض الله. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Thank you, Mr. Khalid. And as we have seen, Vision 2030 is not just a national initiative, but it's a global movement driving innovation and driving also sustainability in water projects worldwide. Next, we will have a presentation. It's titled Regulatory Pathways to Capital Mobilization for Water Resilience. The speaker will be Dr. Mahmoud Muhyiddin from United Nations Special Envoy on Financing the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Please, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله. أود أن أهنئ كافة المنظمين لهذا الحدث، وأشكر فرصة تواجدي في المملكة العربية السعودية وفي هذه المدينة البديعة جدة وفي تجددها المستمر. And now I'll turn directly into English. I have like 20 minutes to share with you some updates on the sector and the developments in the water as a source of life and as a critical part of sustainable development and as part of the climate adaptation agenda. I have a few updates, and I've been following the great presentations from the very beginning of the day, so I'll skip some of the slides based on what I see that could be repetitive. But I'd like to leave you with a few messages that all of what you have been discussing will be either facilitated or stuck because of finance. And in this big change that we're after, to develop the availability and access to water, we need finance, we need technology and innovation, which is very much visible outside in the impressive exhibition. And it needs incentive structure based on governance. And I'm happy that the discussion so far and the rich agenda have been covering these areas in a very eloquent way. These are basically the intentions of the presentation, discussing the global landscape of water. SDG 6, as being presented earlier, and the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, water is number 6. And that shouldn't really be put in isolation because SDG 7
of water infrastructure. And wherever we're discussing matters related to development, rural development, urban development, matters related to infrastructure finance is the bulk of any investment. Even if we are focusing on human capital investment in education and health, you will find the infrastructure-related investment are very much the bulk of the investments. Of what we have, you go around the world, you feel that we have lots of water, but only less than 0.5% of Earth's water is usable and accessible. And we're seeing that the per capita water resources have been steadily decreasing, not just because of the population growth, but basically because of various demands, including some areas of technology. When we are focusing on AI transformation, on data systems, you will find that there are demands for water and water systems. Then, as I mentioned earlier, there is that nexus. You cannot really deal with water alone. You need really to put the interlinkages approach, linking water to food, to energy system. And here there is that emphasis earlier, including with the regulators mentioned, that the fragmented system had been very much harming the way that the policy and its impact is achieved, because we have been working in a kind of a fragmented system. Sometimes you develop energy without adequate acknowledgement of the needs of water. Sometimes we have ambitious agriculture and food programs without realizing the two constraints. But it's very much important and timely when you are discussing, and there are some updates of this figure, that when it comes to a level of water stress, North Africa and Western Asia, this exactly the Arab countries of this region, are among those who have been suffering the most because of the scarcity of water and the higher demand, and there are issues here of tensions related to the level of water stress compared to other regions. Yes, there is a stress worldwide, and measured at 18 percentage points, but here when you go to the North Africa and Western Asia, or basically Middle East and North Africa, you'll see the stress even more. And even worse, when it comes to the efficiency of the use of water, here this region is not known to be among the highest, with few exceptions. You can talk about some countries that are doing better, and we have seen here that when it comes in countries of emerging markets or some advanced economies. And again, this is another way of sharing with you the same part of information, and our colleague from the World Bank used almost the same figure to tell you about the state of the SDGs. I'm saying yes, you can take water from any perspective. That was the perspective of the SDGs. But some people like to take it from the adaptation agenda to climate change. And in the Sharm el-Sheikh conference on COP 3 years ago, it had put for the first time a spelled out kind of a program of action that covers food system, health, human settlement, to finance. For climate at large, it's almost $2 trillion, but what goes to adaptation, including what goes to water and systems, its management, is less than 5%. It's less than 4%. And the landscape of climate finance, I encourage you to have a look deeper in this. I'm leaving the slides for your own reference. And nature-based water management. There were some good premises, including in public-private partnership. What we have seen as veterans of many of the summits, it's all about implementing these pledges and see them materialized. This is a more focused study on needs of the least developed countries. Their needs could really be supported because what they need of total cost for all of the utilities, water, sanitation, hygiene, waste management, is around $7 to $9 billion. But you see that water and sanitation that they are paying more attention to lower income countries or the least developed countries. Again, even in these particular cases, they don't really get what they need of funding. So the summary here on the funding, when it comes to achieving the SDG targets related to water and sanitation, we are roughly in need of around $130 billion per annum for water and around $141 billion for sanitation. The experts in the room, they know very well that the cost of sanitation is much higher for technical reasons that you are aware of, especially now when we are trying to extend the service to remote areas. And despite the large spending gaps, here there is another area that execution rate is not really as you may expect, and the annual budget execution rate is about 72%. And this has something to do with areas related to efficiency and matters related to governance. These are basically a kind of global averages. If your country is doing better, congratulations, but this is basically the kind of harm that we are facing, that even if there is some sort of good allocation from the budget, there is a challenge when it comes to governance. And that encourages the following, that we need really to improve governance and regulatory instruments, from credit rating to water resilience, to raising the productivity of public spending. There are areas related to sovereign risk pools for drought and floods. So here, basically, we are trying to use some of the sophisticated management, monitoring, and evaluation techniques that have been utilized in different areas in order to do the same for water. But what we like to see here is improvements in the sources of finance. And I'd like to leave you very quickly with a couple of areas here for your consideration. For the countries, I'm not talking here about the GCC countries or Saudi Arabia, because, alhamdulillah, they have sources of funding from their ordinary sources and from sovereign wealth funds, and their capacity to invest in infrastructure is less dependent on external sources. But I'm talking about the average developing economy or the average emerging market. And here we have a report from the OECD and the African Union. When it comes to investment on infrastructure, including infrastructure related to water and energy, 48% of the finance is coming from external sources. 41% is coming from budget, and only 11% is coming from the private sector. So these are the three sources of finance. And this is a kind of a snapshot to what we have today. But because of matters that we are aware of today, that the sources of finance when it comes to outside funding is facing challenges because of the decline of ODA. That started last year, a drop of 7% in 2024. This is another source of funding from budgets, but because of what they spend on debt service, prioritized over what they spend on infrastructure and utilities, including water. Then you are left with the private sector, which still suffers from areas related to constraints when it comes to business environment, but we have as well issues related to bad perception. So when you want to bridge the water spending gap, you need to work on the three fronts. You need to mobilize funding as much as we can. Use FDI to GDP. So countries here, you have one of two options. You can blame the world for what we have and it's not fair and the FDI is declining or debt is taking too much and all of that, or we can really have serious reforms that can really mobilize domestic resources, local resources, and encourage businesses to and incentivize businesses, including FDI, to participate. And that leaves me with the concluding remarks. Again, any area of major change would require technology innovation, would require incentives within adequate governance structure, and definitely would require finance. And that's why I started with finance, optimize the remaining official development assistance, prioritize budget spending, because we cannot survive without water in this particular discussion that we have. But definitely we can really do a better job than just attracting less globally, or actually in the areas related to infrastructure, that small share of private sector participation because of the reluctance of using better. Than the one that we have been developing these projects at in order to get them at scale. It's not just about having a nice project and one particular sector in a good area of work, but basically how to scale that up. So technology and innovation, but that needs to be scaled up. And then in this tough world with the kind of trade war that we see, the tensions between the incumbent powers like the US and Europe and the emerging powers like China and India when it comes to trade, investment, and technology, there is a good room for more localization, that you need really to mobilize your resources better, but there is a good role as well for regionalization. And that's why I'm very much happy to see all of these discussions today, as we have seen it in the session before this, when the regulators and the policymakers from the GCC had been sharing knowledge, technical assistance, empowering each others, perhaps inspired as well by some of the good examples. And I would say definitely one of the better examples of regional cooperation is existing today in the ASEAN countries that have countries like Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and others collaborating with each other to do a better job. Now I have a few seconds and to conclude. The governance and integration that we need really to have. Great that all of the sessions mentioned that the fragmented approach didn't help, so they are integrating better. Governance needs really to be based on better data systems, better accountability, more effective monitoring and evaluation, and better feedback. And we need really to have more investments in the areas related to climate and development finance, because that suffers still. If you have a different Ministry of Climate and Environment and a different Ministry for Infrastructure, and they are not sharing information together, there could be really subject to unnecessary waste of funding, because you may take an action on water based on climate adaptation. Your colleague could be doing the same from a perspective of development, and without coordination, there would be some tough challenges that could be mitigated. If you are interested in this topic, and I only have 7 seconds to tell you that there is a full book published last week. I edited it. It has Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhyiddin, and we will certainly benefit from your book, inshallah. As we move forward, our next and final session of the day will delve into the importance of transparency, standards, and incentives in fostering impactful regulation. The moderator of this session will be Richard Roos, Senior Managing Director, NERA Economic Consulting, and the speaker will be Kristen Williams, Chief Administration Officer and EVP at DC Water. It's a fireside chat, regulation for impact, transparency, standards, and incentives. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's very nice to be here with you all today in Jeddah, this excellent conference. My name is Richard Roos. As the chair mentioned, I'm a Senior Managing Director at NERA Economic Consulting. I'm an economist, and I specialize in economic regulation in the power and utilities industries, and including on the focused in particular on the design of economic regulation, including work that I've done in the GCC, advising regulators and utilities on the implementation and design of frameworks for economic regulation in power and water. And it is my pleasure today to introduce my partner in this afternoon's conversation. She is a 4th generation utility professional who currently serves as DC Water's Chief Administrative Officer and Executive Vice President. And in this capacity, she acts as the central architect of the authority's business operations. She oversees 7 critical departments and a workforce of nearly 200 employees whose work ensures operational excellence, customer focus, and resilience. and her very broad portfolio spans emergency management, safety, security, fleet services, customer care, and marketing and communications. So these numerous functions are obviously essential for keeping a modern utility functioning at scale. So with this this introduction complete, I'd like to welcome Kirsten B. Williams. And as context for our discussion, I'd like to ask you to start by giving us an overview of the regulatory environment in which DC Water operates, and give us a sense of the scale of the business operation that you oversee.
Well, if you will indulge me, I certainly want to first thank His Excellency for putting on this phenomenal conference, and certainly an applaud to the audience. We do understand we are the last panel, so we appreciate you sticking in there to learn a little bit about DC Water and what we do from an innovation transparency perspective. It is certainly a privilege to be here in Jeddah and to participate in this global discussion, really to understand how regulation, governance, and administrative strategy help shape our discussions. It's a little bit important to kind of take a step back and learn a little bit about DC Water and who we are. DC Water is the water and wastewater utility serving Washington, D.C., which is the capital of the United States. While we serve more than 700,000 customers, we also support nearly 26 million visitors, federal agencies, embassies. As you can imagine, that is a scale that requires significant operational coordination. Certainly, we can break those down into two concepts. Our water system is about 1,300 miles of interconnected pipes, multiple pumping stations, reservoirs, storage facilities, 44,000 valves, 9,500 hydrants. We could go on and on and on about all of that. But really, we are certainly proud of our wastewater system. Blue Plains is the largest advanced wastewater treatment plant in the world. We treat on average about 294 million gallons per day, with a peak capacity approaching about 1 billion gallons on storm events. So we talk a lot about our infrastructure, certainly as most around the world. Aging infrastructure is certainly a conundrum, and that's the hardware of our utility. But today our conversation is really about the software. When you think about governance, the safety culture, customer engagement, and critically our regulatory partnerships, this really strives and helps us really to operate efficiently. It really is the spark for our innovation. What you'll hear repeatedly today, as you heard earlier from our general manager, transparency and inclusion are not optional. They are certainly the strategic tools that allow us to deliver major programs, secure funding, and in Saudi Arabia, I think it's a connection about public trust. Over the last several years, we've worked with intentionality to make sure our primary regulator in the United States, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, is one that's not based solely on compliance, but truly one that's based on a partnership, information sharing, and joint problem solving. So that was a little bit about DC Water, Richard. It would be great to hear upon your global experience and what elements that you bring to this discussion, notably as you're looking at your portfolio of water, energy, regulated infrastructure, and truly kind of focusing on many complex programs.
Well, yes. I mean, as you say, I work across quite a large number of different jurisdictions for a large number of clients, but my work is actually rather niche in a sense because it's all focused on the economic aspects of regulation. And to the kind of question of how regulation can be designed to kind of consider the various interests and needs of stakeholders and customers, it's really a fundamental objective of the design of economic regulation to try and align the interests of the company and the investors in the company with the wider interests of society. And we heard in the panel session on regulation earlier today about some of the different regulatory models that are being used around the world to achieve this. But depending on the jurisdiction and the regulatory model that's in use, they can focus, for example, on creating very strong incentives to reduce costs and improve efficiency. And some of the revenue cap regulatory models that have been introduced in the utility industries of the GCC, which have similarities to some of the regulatory models used in Britain and Australia after the privatization of utility businesses there, have been very effective at creating incentives to reduce costs and to improve performance in certain areas where remuneration to utilities is tied to particular key performance indicators, for example. But I think that economic regulation has had a much tougher time when it comes to focusing on longer term, more holistic objectives that bring in a wider range of objectives from disparate stakeholders and that may go beyond just short-term performance improvement or cost reduction. So I'd like to hear perhaps a little bit about how DC Water meets complex objectives across the multiple stakeholders that you work with, and how do you handle that?
Yeah, in my hat as the Chief Administrative Officer, one of the, you mentioned the numerous roles that I have, but one is about our communications and outreach. And certainly when you think about stakeholder engagement, oftentimes you may narrowly tailor that to your customers. But in this environment, regulatory communication is certainly, critical. One of our most valuable strategies has been maintaining open, consistent communication with both our regulators and our customers. Really, that transparency, what we found at DC Water under the leadership of David Gaddis, who is our CEO and General Manager, is that builds alignment. It certainly, and then accelerates progress. So we have really looked at our two innovative projects that we like to promote. Certainly our Lead-Free DC program, which is our lead service line replacement program, and our Clean Rivers program, which is really an innovative approach about reducing combined sewer overflows into the Potomac River and the Anacostia River. If you visited the nation's capital, you know those two.
Yes.
But these two innovative pilots were really done in partnership with the EPA. And that has allowed us to, our regulators again, to really look at new approaches, demonstrate outcomes, and really be a leader in national guidance. What we've done there is intentionally design those programs in consultation with the EPA. It has allowed our regulators to not only oversee the work, but to also champion us as a best practice model. So you don't always think about that partnership with regulators being one of open transparency, but this has been really a critical element for us to design those programs and implement them. We most recently launched our Pure Water DC initiative, which is our comprehensive water reuse strategy in the District of Columbia. As you know, internationally, this topic is not new. In the States and North America, it's still a burgeoning topic, and the regulatory complexity of that issue is one that requires a lot of partnership. And what we did in that effort is to strengthen that by, some might call it poaching, but we went out and recruited Dr. Rabia Chaudhry, who has been one of the national leaders in water reuse from the Environmental Protection Agency to help guide DC Water. Her ongoing relationship is going to ensure that we have not just a performative alliance, but certainly one that is meaningful, continuous, and is grounded in technical rigor. And we know that that's, certainly imperative when you start to think about recycled water, the public education outcomes that need to happen, and then that regulatory partnership again.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you mentioned a lot of examples of interesting innovations there, and it strikes me that encouraging innovation and encouraging utilities to explore innovative solutions to challenging long-term problems is one of the areas where economic regulation that's traditionally used to design incentives and remuneration packages for investor-owned utilities struggles to achieve what you might imagine is in the long-term interests of society often. And to take an example of that, cost of service regulatory models are kind of taken in isolation, are famously bad at providing incentives for utilities to go beyond business as usual activities, because they provide clear mechanisms for remuneration of the accounts, of the costs as they appear on the accounts, and little more. Whereas traditional models of incentive regulation are quite good at encouraging improvements in particular KPIs, but perhaps are not so good at encouraging utilities to think outside the box and to pursue areas that are more difficult. And it also struck me from something you said that there's some parallels with in terms of cooperation between agencies. One of the experiences from the UK that was discussed this afternoon's session actually from Trevor was about the challenges around coordination between the Environment Agency, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, and the economic regulator Ofwat. And misalignment between those agencies has been a problematic feature of network regulation or water sector regulation in the UK. And I think in this region there's potential for similar challenges to arise between the agencies who are responsible for protecting scarce groundwater resources, for regulating the supply of potable water to homes and businesses, and as well as those who are separate agencies in many cases who are responsible for dealing with treated sewage effluent and supplying recycled water for irrigation purposes. And I think all of these things are interrelated, but they don't necessarily come together cleanly, and which is why, as you were saying, collaboration is so important. But I suppose coordination with your suppliers must be another important challenge for you. So perhaps you could tell us how DC Water is innovating to improve the performance that arises from the relationships you have with your contractors.
No, and that's a great analogy. I think one of the discussions, certainly in this region, that's so important is to start thinking about those public-private partnerships. And while DC Water is an independent authority, it's certainly a critical element that we continue to explore. In 2024, just this past year, we adopted a collaborative procurement model. And I know this conversation is certainly, and the conference is about innovation, and certainly Mr. Gaddis spoke first about having a thorough strategic plan, really adopting your culture and your employee environment to that. But your partners, that's what we call our contracting community, certainly must also have that key element. And what we found through the collaborative procurement model is that it has improved our transparency, our efficiency, and we've had alignment across our capital programs. So when you want to think about innovation, for us, that's really starting again with our collaborative delivery model. And there are really 4 key elements to that, if you'll indulge me to go through all 4. I know our time is of the essence, but it's really early contractor engagement. So, our title is about transparency, and what we found is that when we've invited multiple partners into that structured conversation before procurement, what it does is that it allows us to understand the technical needs, the project constraints, the safety expectations, risk allocation, and schedule requirements. So when, always innovation isn't going to start at home. You have to be willing to open up those conversations, and that early contractor engagement has done that for us. The second would be open dialogue on alternatives. This is when our partners can propose innovative approaches that may reduce cost and time while meeting regulatory environments. Our goal is always under budget and on time. So when you think about that, you can't necessarily have the innovation there if you're not willing to accept alternative proposals to what you might be wanting to design. And then there has to be strong alignment with those specifications. By the time our proposals are submitted, the bidders understand the expectations clearly. That really goes, in alignment again with our transparency elements. What we found is that, allows for fewer disputes and more predictable delivery. So that's again when we're thinking about our capital improvement programs, how capital intensive it is from a financial element. This really delivers for us. And then certainly last but not least, we think about emergency management. The District of Columbia is located in the nation's capital, and certainly our programs have another key risk element that others may not. So given our responsibility, it's really critical when we're thinking about innovation, and we're thinking about alternatives, that our emergency response in the District of Columbia that model helps to ensure that our partners understand the crisis protocols, they understand how to operate seamlessly under a stressful environment, because when we have a catastrophic event, there's certainly not only national attention, but international attention, and as DC Water is certainly one that has risen to being on that international platform from a water industry perspective. We are always trying to be innovative about how we are delivering our programs, be it our Lead-Free DC program, our Clean Rivers initiative, and now with our next major milestone, our implementation of Pure Water DC.
Yeah. Well, one thing that we were discussing before we came on that I think strikes me as an area that the Saudi water industry does particularly well is attracting the private sector to invest in major infrastructure and to harness the value of competition in the provision of desalination infrastructure in particular, but also other large-scale infrastructure. Now, have you seen the kind of benefits from this interaction with your supply chain that you were describing? Do you find that your supply chain is able to help you to innovate and to help you to do things better through that engagement process you described?
Absolutely, and I think it starts with environments like this. You have to engage on not just a national platform, but an international platform to be able to have that exchange. Those best practices, opportunities that we have, we can learn something, certainly. I've been taking copious notes today through all of the sessions, and likewise, I think that's what happens when you are open to innovation. You allow yourself to be transparent about what your main initiative is, but then you allow the market to lead you with a true understanding of what your financial constraints might be. But when you really understand the critical mission of what we're trying to deliver in the District of Columbia, it's clean drinking water, and certainly now with our major initiative of Pure Water DC, we are going to need the market to help us innovate on what that is. And hopefully there will be some public-private partnerships. Affordability is a challenge for all of us, and I think as an industry, it's imperative that we take moments like this to learn from each other. Best practices leads to true innovation.
Absolutely. So from your answers, you've provided a lot of interesting observations on how transparency standards and incentives can contribute to good regulatory outcomes for consumers and wider society. And I think one of the key themes that comes up is engagement and transparency of engagement with your stakeholders and collaboration with stakeholders. So I think that's a very important takeaway that we can all that I'm sure all jurisdictions who are represented at this conference can adopt in their own regulatory and stakeholder management processes. But as we're into our last minute now, so I'd like to. Well, thank you.
Absolutely,
Kirsten,
absolutely. And thank you for this conversation again to His Excellency for putting on this innovation conference. I think if there's a key takeaway is to look at your regulatory environment not as one where there is a natural, opposition there, but one certainly that you must have those partnerships, you must have transparency if you are indeed to get to the goal of innovation. So thank you for the conversation, Richard.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you all for this.
Thank you
your
to the
attention.
audience.
Thank you.
Thank you for both of you, Mr. Dross and Ms. Williams. And as she mentioned, thank you for staying until the last minute of day one. Thank you for this thought-provoking discussion on the importance of transparency, standards, and initiatives in regulating for impact. As we conclude today's sessions, we are reminded of the critical role that collaboration, innovation, and effective regulation play in addressing the global water challenges of our time. On behalf of the IDWS 2025 team, thank you for joining us today. We look forward to see you soon, tomorrow inshallah at 9 o'clock, as we continue exploring the future of water solutions. Have a wonderful evening in Jeddah. See you inshallah.